Hey, I'm back. It looks like Matt and Haypax are both gonna be a little bit late today, so I'll find something to do. Maybe we'll do a little bit of Hildebrand. If they're watching on Twitch, I recommend you pause, avoid spoilers. Okie dokie, what do we got going on right now? Just finished building our airship, which is pretty cool. My wife is watching, so I'm going to bust out her favorite mount. Fat Chocobo, he just wants the lettuce. I think my next step in Hildebrand was in Ul'dah. Hop back over there. Maybe get a step or two into Hildebrand. The joke about Hildebrand is that it's like such an awesome quest line that it's the actual game of Final Fantasy XIV and everything else is a, you know, a shell around that. Sure, Darkstar. If you want to just shoot me the Twitch message now, it'd be a good time. I can take a look while I'm waiting for Apex and Matt to get on. Should be one that's like level 50-ish. Trouble with Troubles. The Fat Chocobo Beardy is a specific reference to a character. I think the first Fat Chocobo appearance is Final Fantasy IV, or is it 3? I remember very little about 3. Next time I summon him, Beardy, I'll turn on the music so you can hear. He's got fat music too. It's a remix of the old FF4 Fat Chocobo theme. I think you guys would like this game. Was it 3? That makes sense. Pretty much anything I think started in 4 probably actually started in 3. That'd be cool, Burner. That'd be a pretty easy sprite to do, too. It's much, much, much smaller than this Donatello. We're talking like Donatello is maybe the size of his... or the Fat Choco was maybe the size of Donatello's knee. Next time we do a Beat Sprite tutorial day, can prioritize that one. That one, and I gotta do something from Earthbound, since I don't have anything. Yes, Beardy, that is exactly the Fat Chocobo music. That is exactly the music. I'll play it for you soon. One sec. Alright, so this creature here, Ultros, is a reference to a recurring villain in Final Fantasy VI. It's frickin' awesome that he's in this game. He's in this Hildebrand questline that has a lot of Final Fantasy, like, nostalgia associated with it. Like, earlier we fought Gildebrand, or we fought Gilgamesh, there we go, as part of the questline. So they do a lot of references to the older Final Fantasy games here. Okay, Darkstar. Okay, Matt. We will do some more hard mode dungeons or something, or level some lower level characters. Pick up this Coliseum refuse. I can't ride the Fat Chocobo in town. I will soon, I promise. As soon as it lets me go back outside. Nah, Twitch is the thing you put on in the background. Yeah, 90 minutes of flying Fat Chocobo until Matt gets back. Deliver the Coliseum refuse to who? Oh, okay, over by the Coliseum, sure. Was he also a bank in Final Fantasy IV? Even though it was less necessary in that game? If you're having connection issues watching stream at least, you can try watching on YouTube as well. YouTube offers free transcoding options. Those are the quality options in the bottom right of most partnered Twitch streamers' channels. So you can turn down the quality a little bit and still be able to watch. All this walking around, just running is probably the fastest thing to do. 7 a.m. meeting, she has to run. Andrea wakes up, I wake up. The sky's awake, so I'm awake. So I've mentioned before that I use video game storylines as like a bedtime story to get Andrea to fall asleep. And they can be kind of frustrating, right? Because I'll like tell her, I'll keep talking for 45 minutes before it's clear that she's actually asleep. So I'll get pretty far in the game story. And then the next day I'll be like, so Andrea, what do you remember about Final Fantasy VI? And she's like, there was this girl in an armor, and they were in a mining town. I was like, oh my god, that's the beginning of the game. You forgot everything after that. I was like, well, he's really good at putting me to sleep. It's like losing your save in a game. You have to start back over. But I've taken recently to like just telling her about the mechanics of the jobs in Final Fantasy XIV in this low, droning voice, kind of monotone, and that just knocks her right out. Entire sack of gold truffles. Right, Darkstar. Oh, by the way, grats Darkstar on your big shield for 120 hours watched. Those little custom chat badges that you get. I can only really show them in stream. I can't mess around with Twitch's IRC client. But for reaching certain ranks and watching, you get little badges. You get a little chest for donating as well. Docker allowance. Yeah, she's gonna dock my allowance. Andrea is the sugar mama here. I play video games for a living. Who do you think makes more money? Me or the astrophysicist? If she were a grad student, maybe me. But okay, good. Speak with Dower Meadow. Is he all the way back at the Coliseum? He is, which is nearest to the Gladiators Guild, which makes sense. Grad students don't make any money. I guess, did you know that in STEM, I don't know if this is true outside of STEM fields, but you do get, you get insurance covered and you get a nominal stipend. But it's like a minimum wage kind of a thing. Probably your biggest jump in academia is from grad school to after you get your PhD. Yeah, don't have to pay tuition. Although you do some work for them, right? It's part of your exchange for that. You have to be a teacher's assistant. Very good comic. Doo-doo. Fat Chocobo. I still owe Beardy another view into the Fat Chocobo moving around. There is a black chocobo in this game. My hope is that they... Oh no, are they going to do it? Are they going to do it? So that's a reference to Final Fantasy VI where Ultros is hanging out on the rafters at the beginning of the fight and then he jumps down. So I don't know if this is going to be like a cutscene or if it's going to unlock a duty. Let's go. Okie dokie. Get it, Hildebrand. The gentleman pose. The machinima in this game is extremely impressive. If you ever played an MMO before, they don't really have engines that are built for cutscenes. You know, if they want to do a crazy epic cutscene, they have to do something that's pre-rendered, and this is all done in engine. Machinima refers to... Okay, so yeah, Purity. Machinima is the term you use to like do movies with character models in a game. But the developers use it themselves for their cutscenes. Slow motion truffle. The Ultros model is outstanding as well. Yeah, right? Let's go. Okie dokie. Look how happy Hildebrand is. Ah! Ah! Final Fantasy hype! That's Ultros' best friend. In the original Final Fantasy VI Super Nintendo translation, it was translated as Chupon. I think it's supposed to be Typhon or Typhoon. That's the model is so cool. It looks exactly like it should. Awesome. The look on everyone's faces. So they're gonna go with Chupon or Typhon? Typhon, okay. No, I did when they had the question marks early. I didn't see the funga though, no. Put a lot of work into the model. That's awesome. Yeah, is he gonna use a sneeze? I hope so. Funga! Gesundheit. God, if this is the trial, I'm so stoked for it. Ultros is a receptionist. That's ultimately what he becomes in Final Fantasy VI. God, that model is so cool looking, both of them. Uncle Alti. Right. Barbarian. Poor Hildebrand. Oh, he's like listening in on the... The Wilhelm scream. Alright, let's go to Camp Drybone. Sleep well, Borbot. Thank you for being so cool with HDL. We've had some salty people in chat. It's really cool to play with somebody and give them meaningful feedback on how they can improve. Awesome. That's great to hear, man. There needs to be more of that in the world. Right, Darkstar? I was gonna say, like, Holly, really? They just like the design of the dungeon, or... It's like the only dungeon that's really a dungeon, too, right? It's like a... It's supposed to be like a prison, I guess. Oh, Fat Chocobo. Thank you. Good looking out. Alright. Making sure you were back. You ready for the fat music? I'll turn up the music too. It's totally a guy with a tuba following around a fat person. He just wants the lettuce. You're alt tabbed and want to see the Fat Chocobo. Now's your chance. Tab in. If we go to the northern areas in Ishgard, you can actually make him fly. She pulls out another fishing rod, this time with a cake attached to it, then he'll fly in the air. So hungry! He just wants the Gisal greens. It's a Fat Chocobo. It makes Andrea so happy. It doesn't matter what mood she's in. If she's sitting across the room and she sees it, she gets so happy. Hey dude, how you doing?
Hey!
So Matt's gonna be about another hour. I figure we could like maybe level some lower jobs in dungeons or something.
Yeah, that sounds cool.
Cool.
Give me a second to get rolled up here.
Yeah, take your time. Okay, I will not go in this Hildebrand mission since Hapax is around, but I'll keep running around on the Fat Chocobo for a few minutes. No, so Beardy, here's the flying version. What level did you get your Astrologian to?
I am 49.
49, okay. Could maybe do my my Paladin is 49 too, if you wanted to do some of the higher dungeons. Here's Flying Fat Chocobo. Oops.
I'll be right back.
Sure. You hit the UI off. He's so fat. Oh, nice, Darkstar. So did they like announce it before it originally was released and everyone got all hyped for it? They really they treat the older Final Fantasy stuff with love. They're not just doing it to do it, you know? There's like the Magitech armor from Final Fantasy VI that plays Terra's theme. Oh, does that? Well, I didn't know there was a trial there. I just didn't want to spoil whatever it was for Hapax since he just joined. That's cool. I'll head it for next time then. Right, AMA? The other cool ones, there's this Lanquin. bombs from Final Fantasy. Yeah, right, Beardy. This one doesn't fly yet, but I feel like it's going to be on the list. It would make sense to be able to fly. And then Beardy, I don't know if you ever played Final Fantasy VII, but this one's pretty great too. Yeah, please do, Darkstar. Cool. Thank you. Alright, Kami. This is a Final Fantasy game, right? Things are ridiculous. Cool, thanks, Darkstar. Cecil? Cecil's a good choice. He has a cool character arc. So fat! Oh, did I win the Jumbo Cactpot? I should go check that out. Hold on. Yeah, Cecil's pretty great. As protagonists go, you don't really get one for 6, so I can't really pick one from there. Kind of Terra, but not really. Zero Final Fantasy, very good. If you had played 7 at all, like even like halfway through the first disc, this place would like, blow up your nostalgia meter, Beardy. It would be like walking into the water temple in Zelda or something. I haven't gotten a single number to match since I first started doing this. Cool, cool. So I'll go grab that, the duty.
Alright.
You ready to go?
Yeah, so I have. What do I have? I have a 34 White Mage, 26 Thaumaturge, and a 49 Astrologian.
So I could do 49 Gladiator, or I could do Dark Knight with your White Mage. What level was your... Wait,
34.
Okay, were you going to do Black Mage too?
Well, I just have a Thaumaturge at 26.
I
It's
see.
the only thing I've got that's up a little bit.
I guess we're right at the same level for Astrologian and Paladin. We could just do that, and then maybe get you closer to having that option of being able to do Astrologian or Scholar.
I'd be down. Right now, because you can't get your artifact gear with the new classes, I'm stuck wearing the Harlequin Dominatrix gear until 50. So, like, getting away from that quicker sounds great.
Later, Beardy. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, yeah, that sounds good. Let me go finish grabbing this this trial. I'm at the next Hildebrand trial, and it's so hype. Like, you thought the last one was hype. This is the one you really need to do, so to do it.
Oh, man.
And don't look on stream for a second in case it gives up any of the ghosts.
Okay.
I'm just going to unlock it real quick, and then can queue for something. Cool. Alright, so if we're going Paladin, that means we want to do Aurum Vale, I guess? Ugh.
Hey, I'm down with whatever if you don't want to do the optimal thing.
We do Aurum Vale. Why not? We're the important people.
That's right.
See how I do with Paladin. I haven't played it. Oh yeah, that's a good look. Can I hide it? Can I actually hide it? Or do I have to just abandon it?
Oh, I'm not looking at stream in case that matters.
How do I do that? How do I hide it?
If you're hiding a quest, I think there's a little square you can click on in the quest log that'll get rid of it from your observed ones.
I think it just automatically displays though if I have fewer than 5 quests, which I do.
Oh, I see.
That's cool. I'll just abandon it because I can go pick it up again very easily. There wouldn't really do anything on my way there. Yeah, I keep my quest log very clean. I don't like it full up there on the right.
Yeah, that's smart.
Apparently people like to skip almost all of this.
Oh, really?
Yeah. There's a lot of enemies. It's about half the dungeon. Oh, that's right. I have generic AoE threat building again. Tank stance. Somebody grabbed a frog ad. That's cool.
Oh my god.
Yeah, too many mobs.
Hang on. I'm gonna try to get you up before I die. Oh shit, no I'm not. I'm gonna run back.
Okay. Must have been standing on like a yellow thing or something. You end up pulling the frog, that's okay, we can fight it.
I'm gonna get some mana back just
Sure.
in case we do.
Right, Darkstar? I was serious about telling Apex to put it on his protect macro.
Actually, if you guys are cool, we should probably just pull this frog.
Okay.
Unless it aggroes other things.
God, why do they keep wanting to aggro everything?
Yeah.
Let me try to pull these things away from that.
Oh god.
Trying. Up my cooldowns. This isn't really a dungeon where I want to pull extra enemies just for funsies.
Yeah. Okay, the Nyx pulls youth. I pulled the Nyx now. Sorry, that doesn't make any sense. I aggroed the Nyx.
Sure, I got you.
I don't know how it happened.
I'm gonna see if I can drop aggro on them. I don't know if they leash at all. Yeah, the Nyx leashed. Good.
Ah, you're getting hit so hard.
I got my tank stance up.
And my heals suck right now. I don't know what's going on.
Dude, why does he keep coming back? This is the accurate Aurum Vale experience. Just kill some of them. Yeah, when we did it, like, just the 4 of us, everything was great. And Flaring was like, man, you guys didn't get the for real Aurum Vale experience. Like, what y'all talking about?
Yeah, I agree. Let's kill one at a time. Let's do some Marstead pulls.
Yep. Those ones came after I grabbed him.
Yeah.
Focus the Nyx first.
It's just how ASTs go. I've noticed that, man. I had a tough time doing some of these duty roulettes, even the lower level ones.
Yeah.
Astrologian's not doesn't feel up to snuff.
I've heard that it should be able to do all of the main content without too much trouble, but that like that difference becomes apparent in like Alex Savage, the progression content in game.
Yeah, I mean, I can hear that. Like, I feel like nothing is. I haven't done anything that I'm like, this is impossible, but it just feels harder.
Yeah.
Like I'm working a lot harder.
Is it? I think you mentioned when you first started playing that it felt less stressful than Scholar. Is that still true, even if you're having to work harder? That makes sense.
No, now it's not true.
I see.
I have less that I have to do, so it's less stressful. Like when you're not in trouble, but I have less that I can do, so it's a lot worse when I am in trouble.
Sure. Cool, Joe, man. What's your in-game name? I can shoot you a friend request and a free company invite. Mm-hmm. Come on. Round corner. Your character name, Joe Man. Got me. Awesome. You're all edgy here. Oh, I guess I have to wait till after this dungeon, but if you're still online, once we leave the dungeon, I'll throw it to you. Like the instance system it puts you in separates you from your actual server, so you can't do anything that requires, you know, things that are unique to your server. God, 2 more ads.
Woo.
Beat this dungeon.
Wow.
I popped all my cooldowns though, so let's see what happens. That didn't go too bad. That could have been the cooldowns talking.
Yeah.
One of them down, that will certainly help. Very nice, Joe Man. Hey, Mine for Fish. How you been, man? Oh, you started as a pugilist, Chaos? Cool. Yeah, you have to tell me your in-game name as well. Wait for me to get out of this dungeon here. I'll invite both of you. I think Flarewing has dibs on that, Kami. People sniping newbies. Got two. Joe Man's another streamer. Plays similar awesome games. And Chaos is a new follower from Zelda. Cool.
So as a guy, you eat a fruit every 2 stacks of the thing, I think?
I think that's right. Awesome, Chaos. Oh, are you sure about that? I thought I had free trial people in my link shell before. And by link shell, I mean free company. I mean, I can certainly try, but I know of at least one person who we had that had the little icon. Okay, well I can send them a link shell at least, so they get off the free trial. I think 2 stacks if you eat, then there's plenty of time for another one to spawn by the next time you get 2 stacks.
Yeah.
Oh, he's immune to stun now. Start running out of that. Sorry, Joe Man. In this game, a free company is what a link shell was in Final Fantasy XI. So it's a guild where you get like perks and stuff. You can like build upgrades. Link shells are just used for communication in this one. So what it lets you do essentially is have multiple communities. You can be in a crafting link shell that doesn't have like guild-like things you can unlock, but your free company is more like your guild in a World of Warcraft type game. Yeah. Link Cell's a chat room is a good way to think about it. Agree. Yes, it is. If you played 11, Joe Man, you're going to see a lot of enemies in the game that repeat sprites from that game, occasionally mechanics. Kind of contributes to the fun nostalgia. So there's quite a bit in this game. Okay, let the fruit pop. And some AoE. I guess the monk's doing some. Huzzah! At level 50 to get level sync to 49.
Nice.
Yeah, I was having trouble casting it. I might need to make sure that it's added in my macro. It wasn't wanting to fire from me for some reason. Bad breath, though. Oh, is that the problem? Oh, that's frustrating. Those are like the one skill that I feel like I have room on my, controller peasant bar to macro.
Uh-oh.
I think you guys mentioned earlier that you can't put them in an ability queue or something. Like, what does it matter? What I ultimately do is I have like a macro that has a bunch of my cooldowns on it in roughly the order that I want to use them. And I just spam the skill, and it activates them roughly in order. Or it activates them exactly in order. And I just stop once I have all the skills that I want activated. So why does that matter with the queue, though? Like, if I'm spamming the button, is it really going to slow it down that much,
These guys probably know better, but I get the impression that if you activate things too quickly, then the second one won't activate. Sometimes with macro, like I have to put a wait command on my Swift's cast, then resurrects, because people say this is a problem.
I see.
But I imagine if you push it again, you'll get the thing happen.
Yeah. Oh, Chaos, it only gets better. You haven't even begun to hear the music. It gets so good later on. Yeah. It works for me for right now in these little baby dungeons. If we ever are doing like progression content, I might be trying to set it up so that I can activate each of my cooldowns separately, but right now I have them available in order of their cooldowns, so that I always have the one that comes off cooldown up first. If that makes sense. There is some logic to it. There we go. Okay, well, we'll see. Feels like that's more important for Paladin than for Warrior, since Paladin is so much more cooldown focused. A lot of Warrior cooldowns, like, don't do too much on their own, or at least are easier to manage. So far, it has not mattered ever, so that's something I'll revisit if we get to content where me not having a specific cooldown available is why I'm failing. Because right now it's turning what would be, 8 skills on my bar into 2 skills on my bar. That I can still activate in a somewhat logical order. It's certainly not ideal. Playing on a mouse and keyboard would be ideal, right? I believe that like Scholar controller players who are like super into microing kind of do something similar.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. I can't imagine.
Yeah, I don't think that was owing to misapplication of cooldowns, though. Nice, Joe Man. You're in their master race. I'm enjoying the Xbox controller so far. It actually controls really well. The lead developer guy tests make sure all the content's tested on a keyboard or a controller, just make sure it's doable. Okay, well, I'll look into it if I can find a way to make it work. I really would prefer to play controller for the moment, but... Wait somewhere I can easily run away. It's not the one we need to worry about, I don't think. No, it still hits me if I don't run away from it, so. The one where like holds it in front of him. It's the one where you just face away. It's...
Oh, shit.
Yeah, they were standing right in range of that.
Just going on a journey.
Right? Ouch.
God.
Why does he keep getting hit so hard? I don't even really see what's hitting him.
I don't either. He's way up
Here's
there.
the big one.
Oh, he may have been on one of those stupid vents.
Oh, I see.
God, he went from out of range in one direction, out of my range in the exact opposite direction.
Machinist. Joe Man, try watching on YouTube. You can turn down the quality a little bit. You get free transcoding options on YouTube, and I'm just multi-streaming there into Hitbox. If someone wouldn't mind posting the link to my YouTube channel in chat for Joe Man in case you didn't see that. Shield choice, yeah. Actually, I think what was really happening before when we were dying at the very beginning was that I was standing right next to one of those like plumes that gives you gold bile, and I didn't see it. And there's actually a functional difference between them, not just a aesthetic one.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, good call, Mine for Fish. Oh, the one like ranged or something? There he goes. Isn't he coming? Keep those ads from pulling 1 sec. Don't know if they don't patrol all the way in here. Didn't knock firmly enough on the wood there.
Got this. Okay. We got this.
Hope so. Very good, Joe Man. Yeah, absolutely. Let me know if YouTube works for you. Mine for Fish, I'm using a tool called Restream.io, which is bizarrely free. Like, I posted something on subreddit, can you guys please explain the catch to me? I don't get how they're able to offer this for free, but I guess it's donation funded by other streamers. And they're probably going to be adding premium services at some point, so I guess we'll see what those services are. It's very valuable to be able to do it to all three, though. Yeah, I don't know, man. I had the same question. Like, how do they even do that? Hey, he used the annoying machinist skill correctly. There's that an enemy aggroed him, so he like just knocked it back at me.
Oh, cool.
Apparently, that's the annoying skill that everybody uses, and just like includes it as part of their DPS rotation, so they're constantly knocking the enemy back.
Oh.
And there doesn't seem to be any quality suffering Mine for Fish. It's basically magic. It's black magic how it works. Why isn't Bloodbath affected by Convalescence? I've always done it in that order, assuming that they did, since it says it heals you. Is it like, does it also not affect the Scholar skill that's an ability, Lustrate or whatever? I thought that Convalescence was Blood for Blood, or Bloodbath was a pro combo. Healing magic. Man. Right on. I've always had it at the beginning of my little, like, cooldown chain, assuming that it would help anything related to healing myself. There's a couple other ones that I have on it for Warrior. So that's good to know. Mm-hmm.
I gotta figure that stuff out the Spear card, which cuts ability recast time, but I don't know if that means all abilities or some.
I think that's the one that works for off global cooldown abilities, so you would use it right before a boss fight or something, or right before the tank needs to use their cooldowns, because then it'll make their cooldowns come back sooner. But I think it's a card that's phenomenally difficult to coordinate if you're not in TeamSpeak with somebody, because you're not really going to know, unless if you just throw it on the DPS so that they can do their DPS rotation more often. Yeah. It's good to know. Thanks, Kami. I've heard people complain about the tooltips in this game, or the Bloodbath might say magic. Or convalescence, healing magic. Is there anything that like affects healing skills, like all healing skills, or is it all healing magic? Like, is there anything that would make the Scott? Was it Lustrate? Is that your 50 skill? Oh shit! I mean to get the gold vine as well.
Got this.
Sheena's got bad breathed.
Okay. He's gonna get hit again. My prediction.
He stun it. Nope, he got out of the way. Some magic. I see.
That's kind of cool. Well, okay, I guess it's like a silver lining.
Yeah. We haven't seen that mechanic too often, where the deal is that it reduces the effectiveness of healing magic. Maybe that becomes more common.
It's definitely something that a couple of Arcanist's ability or spells do to enemies. So.
Oh, I see. So it's an elite PvP feature.
Yeah, or maybe it shows up more at the I don't know, later levels.
What's the Arcanist MP situation like? I know that, or not Arcanist, Astrologian.
I don't have any way to get it back, really. I guess if I pull a Ewer card and put it on myself.
Put it on yourself?
It seems to do very little.
Gotcha, okay.
So if I start to get low, this is okay. I haven't.
But next time, wait for the next pull.
Yeah, but even at this level, I'm not using a ton of it.
Uh-huh.
As long as I'm not having to cast my multi-target heal, I can keep pretty decent. I have pretty good piety, I guess. It seems anyway.
Gotcha. I was let him go. Well, I guess it doesn't regen as fast if I'm hitting them and it's in combat, right?
Oh, yeah, but this is okay. I got it.
Yeah, I'm hoping that Astrologian gets some buffs in 3.1. It sounds like Dark Knight doesn't really need too much. People thought they would, but they're very valuable in Alex, I hear, because of their resistance to magic damage. Doesn't it still bypass healing debuffs? Except now that it's... I guess the problem with Lustrate is that it would... the Scholar didn't need to have any good gear, since it was entirely based on the health of the target. Hey Leon, how you been? We've learned that in just about every game ever, that like crushing blow style effects tend to be kind of broken.
Yeah.
Editing, very good. Yeah, I hope my edits were somewhat helpful, man. I I edit every sentence, hopefully to just give you an idea of what I think for the whole document. And I think the last time I did a really long one was Andrea's. It took me about a week. Does block only work from the front? Would make sense, but I'm just curious if I need to be careful to make sure everything is positioned in front of me. HQ Dynamite Webs.
Man.
Only works from the front. Cool. Alright. Fix your surface. That's good to hear. I hope you get your tower fixed. Like, what's with OSU, hey Pax, and this curse of writing a thesis there destroying your computer?
Dude, it's part of the, we call it the Freeman prison experiment, but we're not really in grad school. It's really an insane asylum where they make us think we're doing physics for 6 years. I think Matt's the next one, man. He hasn't had any computer issues yet, so it's coming.
Gotta be. Yeah, Andrea's, her Mac died. Thank God. That time.
Yeah, I lost my laptop in the process. And I think Leon lost 2 computers in various ways.
Yeah, it's a 1 Dark Star. Say OH, Galilean Satellite. Alright.
Protect this, yeah.
Marlboro Boss.
Hi. What was the fruit situation on this one?
This one you get stacks from when the seeds come out and from him attacking you. And I don't think they grow back, but there's plenty of them. Like you get like a stacking debuff that makes you take more incoming damage. We didn't have a problem because as soon as we saw them spawn, we just went for them right away. And this burrow thing. So yeah, we all just got a stack of that, so maybe at like 3-ish stacks. She'll occasionally throw them at other people. I think anything up to 3 stacks was reasonable. What's Temple OS? I know nothing about it. Yeah, so when it does Burrow, it's going to hit everybody for sure. Burrow. And it also occasionally targets other people. That hooked burr is attacking. I guess when you get 3 stacks, that's when it's reasonable to eat one. Cool, Darkstar, thank you. Sounds awesome. So it gives you this stacking debuff. You can see there on the right middle side of my screen. When you get to 3 of them, you're just taking a lot of extra damage whenever you get hit. So you eat these morbol fruits to remove the debuff stacks. And he spawns these fruits that if you let them live for long enough, they turn into little baby Malboros that are a pain in the butt to fight. As a Malboro, the core mechanic is called Bad Breath. Dates way back in the Final Fantasy franchise, probably like 3 or 4. But it's an ability that if it hits you, gives you every negative status effect in the game. What's no? I was typing LB. Oops. There's every status effect in the game. Did that on purpose for stream. Thank you. Guess I can go hit one of the fruits that removes those too.
Yeah, you should probably do that.
Yeah.
I am entirely out of mana. That was rough. I mean, not really. I run mana. Stressful. Never happens on a summoner scholar.
That's got to be really like would freak you out when you're not used to it. Just like, God, there's nothing I can do and not really have any fault of my own. It's a typo. Might change your mind, Chaos. No. But yeah, it's $10 for a fat chocobo. You can always upgrade later too if you decide that you really, really, really need it for some reason or another. Alright. So Joe Man, Chaos, if you guys are both logged in right now, I can add you. Joe Man, I might have lost your in-game name. Hold on. Oh, Fair and Silver Edge. Let's do that real quick. I guess you have to be online though for it to work. Oh, Silver with a Y, I see. Cool. The software token is kind of nice. It's just secondary authentication, so you have to like look on your phone for a code whenever you sign in. It's a minor inconvenience, but it lets you set a ether crystal in the game as a free destination. So it's like being able to return there as your home destination, except you can do it as much as you want. There's no limit to it. Yeah, can't be 4% free trial. Joe, man, I'll just keep you on the friend list for now. Shoot me a message when you, if you do end up buying the game, and I'll give you a free company invite. Was that enough to hit 50 Astrologian?
No, I'm close, but that wasn't it.
Maybe we could do some like Sea of Clouds or Kurthus Western Highlands Fates real quick if it'll bump you there.
Yeah, I jumped. Well, I guess that's a good idea. I jumped into Northern Panaland. See if I can join one or two here.
Cool. I'll come there real quick. Awesome, Joe, man. It gets so much better. I don't know if you saw any of that dungeon on stream, but that's like rated as one of the worst dungeons in the game, and it's still pretty cool. Oh, now that I'm level 50, I got a bunch of sweet stuff I need to grab. Let me just go do that. Does Astrologian share a lot of like the same gear as you had for Scholar?
Yeah, totally. Luckily, I've got stuff stowed away.
Cool.
That's why I'm waiting for 50, man. I can get rid of this Harlequin bullshit. I got good stuff.
All the loot. I think I put it in my. Let's see. My retainers have it. Let's see. And I won't use the standard like Marstead uniform for the Paladin. It'd be nice to be able to actually distinguish between my characters and what they look like. Switch characters. Switch jobs. Okay. We had all kinds of stuff here. There's onion shield. We have a sword. Morbid Mogblade. Alright, Moogle's sword. I forgot that I had that. That's pretty great. I guess I should use all this rather than the artifact gear. You got a Dark Star. Born a Smurf, and I'll die a Smurf. Insufficient armory chest space. Man, I ain't even trying to hear that. What can I dump? Probably this. Nobody's using it. That one, can I just descent that? It gets junked, I don't care. I'm not going to use it for anything. Okay. Alright. Sure. Remember if there was a helmet, there may have been. I think she has it equipped, that's the problem. So I'm level 50, I'm level 90. Let's go with the coronet. There you go. Now I have really big, like, Turian armor.
Nice.
Yeah, Fat Chocobo's a mount, Chaos. I'll mount up again. It's the custom music. If you turn it on. So I have some hand-me-down gear from my Marauder, but my retainer is wearing it at the moment, so I'm gonna let her finish getting to 54, and then I can put it back on Paladin. Everything in this game is gated behind the main quest. Do the main quest. Never stop doing the main quest until you can't do the main quest anymore. If I could tell past me anything, it would be that. The main quest are the quests that have the little meteor fireball icon on them. Yeah, you still have to wait, Chaos, until you like get a normal chocobo in the game, so it's not going to give you a mount at level 1 that you wouldn't otherwise have. It'll put it in your mount satchel, but since you don't have a chocobo license, you won't be able to ride it. So you're not missing out on anything. It's entirely a cosmetics purchase. Cool, I haven't seen it. At least I don't think so. Do you have a link to what it looks like, Darkstar? I don't care as much for the Ironworks Poetics gear, actually. I don't like black and white. Chocobo! They need to give chocobos a limit break.
Yeah.
They have a party full of them. So close. I don't have all that much 50 gear today. I guess it's all sitting on my retainer at the moment. Yeah, that's pretty cool looking. I like that a lot better. So it doesn't beat the Smurf gear though. You know the girl Violet from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory? It gets turned into a giant plum. Violet, you're turning violet, Violet. The closer I look to that, the more ideal. What's that? Go for it. I will equip that fucking sweet-looking Ravana X Hive weapon. Like that, I think that's the coolest looking weapon in the game right now. I haven't seen the Great Axe, but the Great Sword is probably the coolest looking Great Sword that I've seen. It's kind of cool. It's got kind of that... Is that like a weapon that's behind him? Like a shoulder pad? What is that? Well, I guess maybe you can't tell me what that drops from. Something we haven't gotten to yet, I take it. He's got an axe on one side and a wing on the other. So you're like a one-wing Dreadwing. Sure. Bells, Frogs, Big Cherries, Peter Pan, Magic Cheese, Sephiroth. Da, 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 da. Ah, I see. That's cool. So we could probably go do your, once you hit 50 on Astrologian, we could go do the Ishgard hunts.
Yeah.
XP. The Crystal Tower. Congrats.
Oot.
You guys in chat know, do the hunt bills in Ishgard, do those reset at 8 a.m. Pacific or 1 p.m. Pacific? No, a lot of stuff is 8 or 1. You have to wear your Harlequin BDSM gear anymore.
Heck yeah. I'm gonna change it out.
I think I answered my own question. I think it's 8 a.m. Pacific. Yes, Joe man, you'll get a Fantasia that will let you change your entire characters. You can change your race, change your gender, the whole thing. And since there's no reason to have multiple characters, is seems like the best thing to do. You can go ahead and link it. That's something where I can see somebody running around the game world having it equipped. Just like, don't say like, yeah, this is the drop that comes from the Cloud of Darkness, and this is the one that Kefka drops, or whatever. This is the one that Optimus Prime and Stannis, when you have to coordinate your combat, etc., etc. Yeah, that's pretty sweet looking. That, it might beat Smurf gear for me. I like that. It's not overly, there's not all this like stupid filigree everywhere. Fucking filigree. I hate filigree.
Lol.
No, that's sometimes like that's like the Final Fantasy way, is like, let's make gear look cooler but just putting more shit on it. I think, Joe man, you can change the face paint and stuff like that for free with the aesthetician, whatever. Yeah, I want warrior like here. It's 2 or FF1, yeah. Cool, cool. You haven't seen on stream how like awful up now. You got a second to see it.
Oh, here you.
Yeah. That's what his actual gear that was like good for his stats looked like before.
That was the old hat.
Look at that. That's awful. Okay.
Oh, man.
Glad to be over with it. Oops.
I actually didn't use this robe when I got it because I didn't realize that it was better than something I already had, but it was bitchin'.
Oh wow. Yeah, that's sweet looking. Nice. Don't we need what, Leon? Sorry? The shitty looking Harlequin BDSM gear? Because he just got from level 49 to 50. And since you can change jobs at will, he's already played a healing class to 50, his Scholar. And by getting Astrologian to 50, they share gear since they're both healers, so he's just able to equip all of his superior gear that he found for his Scholar much earlier. It's an offer to get you invited to some interesting parties. Yeah, sure, go for it, Darkstar. Well, you should show it to me, so I have something to compare against. Oh, this person has a really cool looking book. Oh, it's a summoner book. See if I can link it. Yeah, good. Oh, and to anyone in chat, like, a lot of the regulars for Final Fantasy XIV are watching Final Fantasy XIV all the time and, like, are usually telling me stuff about the game, so if you are not playing this game and you're curious to know what's going on, just feel free to ask a question like Leon just did. I'm happy to talk at length about any of this stuff, so long as it's not boring Kami and Darkstar to death. You can interject and be like, no, what you're doing is wrong. Your macros are bad and you should feel bad. Oh wow, yeah, that's the far left? I don't know. I don't know about that. It's a little too gaudy for my taste. I think the first 50 dungeon here is it's actually 51, right? So we wouldn't be able to rerun.
That might be right.
Take a look. 51. Oh, D-Rock. Yeah, check this out. Very good, Leon. See you later. D-Rock, this is a gift from Andrea. It's Charmander Shepherd. Came in the mail today, so I figured I'd wear it since it's basically N7, right? Big fan. I'll bring back the hoodie tomorrow. Let's see. Matt said he would be on at the earliest 10 minutes ago. Is there anything you would like to do? Like, have you done the ether currents yet?
I have not done the ether currents in the new zone. If you want
Turning
to do that.
mists. Yeah, let's do it.
Have you done it?
I have, but I can help you find him.
Yeah, if that's not boring to you, I
Nope.
could do that.
Sounds good.
I could also jump in another dungeon too. Either way. Oh my
Pretty
god,
great.
this is so much better. Just, this is great. Never wearing that again. There are no more healers.
You got them all
that's not
passed.
true. I guess I gotta get White Mage up. Never
Uh-huh.
mind. Shit.
That's awful, because like for warrior you get the or for the tank classes you have to wear the underwear for like 5 levels at level 15 or something.
Uh-huh.
But you get so high on healer.
Ugh.
Really bad. Yeah, you should post a Darkstar. Did you grab all the quests that have them from here?
I think I did.
Should be, if you check Bathing Bully, Waiting to Inhale, Roadkill, the Unceasing Gardener, which unlocks from Hide Your Moogles. You don't have that yet.
Okay, maybe I don't have any of those.
They don't all come from this town, but...
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've got the Bathing Bully. And now, let me check.
I think, let's see, Waiting to Inhale was...
I think I just grabbed that one.
Yeah, that one's up at 3215 in the northeast corner. Those are all the last quests.
Yeah.
Yeah. Except for Hide Your Moogles, that one unlocks a new quest that actually gives you the Ether Current. pretty good looking, Darkstar. I like that. Healer gear. Alright, Chaos. I feel like more gear should be dyeable. It's something that Guild Wars 2 did really well. It made it easy to dye gear, and it made it... The dye system was very satisfying, where you'd use the dye once and then it would be unlocked for your account. The Meteor Icon Fireball quests, those are the main story quests, and you like want to do them until you can't do them anymore. I think they upgraded them so you can get all the way to, or very close to 50 without needing to do any side quests, just by doing the Meteor quests.
Oh, that's cool.
I think you can get a Chocobo on the free trial. I don't know if you can get much further past that, though. And Matt said he got the ether currents already. I doubt we're going to need to use it. It seems the pattern is like the last thing you do in a zone gives you the ability to fly, and then you don't go back there.
Yeah.
It's nice to have you. You still taking your fishing up every now and then?
No, not lately.
Hey, that's an easy name to remember. Awesome. Okay, so here's your free company invite. I'll be shooting you a Twitch message later. Flarewing, the guy, Apax's brother, who played before we did, really wants the Twintanium mount you're getting for recruiting 3 people, and he's at 2 people, so I'll get your deets from you offline. Okay. That'll get you something too, like you get a friendship circlet that gives you extra XP when you're below level 25. No, what's that? Is that like the summer something or other? Cool, Chaos. If you check your teleport menu now, you'll have a new aetheryte crystal that takes you to a company house. So you can go check that out if you want. When you save up some gil eventually, you'll be able to buy a room in there. Sure, yeah, maybe I can do that. When does that come out? I'm looking at the link now. August 11th. It's too bad that that doesn't come out this week, because you're going to be out of town this Saturday and returning next Wednesday, Apex, is that right?
This Saturday, and I'm out until the next Sunday.
Next Sunday, okay, cool. Well, then I could do it next week, Wednesday. That would be perfect, because it comes out next Tuesday. Dude, D-Rock, can you post the video for that? It's awesome. Did you see the Battletoads in Killer Instinct thing?
What?
Oh,
No.
it's so cool. It's so cool. They've captured the feel of Rash extremely well in his moves in the game. He has like the little swinging boulder. I think his special move is he like gets on the little bike.
That's awesome.
All right, Joe man. Continue the pyramid scheme of recruiter friends. If you buy it, let me know. We'll get you added on it too to get you the friendship circlet I was talking about and maybe a mount. I have enough goofy mounts that I can't use, though, with my Chocobo summoned. Oh, really, Darkstar? That's awful. Later, Chaos. Have fun. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, I haven't heard back on the initial designs yet from the artists I commissioned to make me business cards and stuff, but try very hard not to be an insufferable client. Cool, thanks, C-Rock. My friend is in the fighting game community. He's in Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter mostly, and he was freaking out about that video the other day on Facebook. There's this cool principle in art design, but it applies in a lot of places, called the Red Pagoda Theory, which is where it comes from the idea that like you're an artist that's been commissioned to make some work, and you do it the way you want to do it, but then you intentionally draw a shitty red pagoda in the corner somewhere, so that when the client gets it, they can be like, oh, it's great, but go ahead and remove that red pagoda, which you were intending to do in the first place. Kind of distracts them, makes them feel like they're providing meaningful feedback. If you don't do the red pagoda, then they want to change something that actually doesn't need changing, and it causes heartache for you. So I would do that with presentations when I worked at Chase that other people were proofreading. I would like put a typo intentionally on the first slide or something so they could all feel really good about themselves for pointing it out, rather than changing anything substantive. Oh, thanks for that, Darkstar. I figured if we go to PAX, I'll just print something up in Word, or it doesn't need to be fancy. I don't know if I'm actually going to hand them out to anybody. Like, I don't want to just go up to somebody like, hey man, come check out my stream. What's up, bro? But if there was like somebody in line that we're talking to anyway, I've had that happen a couple times with Andrea actually. We've gone to like a wedding and somebody there was really interested in it, and I had to like just write it down on a napkin for him. Would have been nice to have something official. Clients from Hell, right on, Darkstar. Hey Matt, how you doing, man? I don't know, people say they don't like the Ishgard combat music. I'm kind of a fan. It's a little bit more subdued. Bit of the atmosphere. I like the like groovy 70s B3 organ at the end of it. Dude, I'm going to TwitchCon. I don't know if that's going to be helpful at all, though, because like everybody at TwitchCon is going to be another streamer that wants to get big, right? So, like that's going to like a, you know, local rap scene convention and handing out your mixtape to everybody, and like coming home with like a Halloween bag full of mixtapes. I will definitely have them in time for TwitchCon, though, with the deadline I worked out with the artist I commissioned. So the quest that you turn in up here is one of the ones that gives you Aetheryte Current.
Cool.
We'll see. I might be able to find people at TwitchCon that would be down for like a hosting arrangement. It's been productive so far, just having it on auto-host. The trick is finding someone who's big enough that hosting matters, but small enough that they notice a host, you know? That's a very difficult range to find somebody in. They usually don't spend a lot of time there. Yeah. It could work out better. I'm probably being way too cynical about TwitchCon.
What is the content of TwitchCon?
No idea. This was their first time doing it, so... It's intended for streamers, really. It's more like PAX Dev than PAX. I mean, I expect there to be a lot of panels on growing your stream and tips and things I hadn't thought of before. Hey, Cat Extinguisher, how's it going? I think I'm starting to tap out the noon to 3 block, which is cool. Maybe I can find another time to fit it in or something. Yeah, I've been reading on like our Twitch about, oh yeah, I just played Aery 5 hours a day, and now I have 50 concurrent viewers whenever I play it, and why the hell haven't been partnered yet? But I guess that Twitch is extra cautious about those folks.
About smashers?
No, about people who have like one-time spikes of concurrent viewers from really popular games like Aery or Smash. Like they're looking for an average concurrent viewership regardless of game and a consistent schedule. Yeah.
What is Aery?
What is Aery? Can someone in chat? 'Cause I haven't actually watched it. I've just had people tell me don't play that on stream because it can be really inappropriate. I think it's like a Katamari kind of like browser game where people can write names into it, so there's lots of like insensitive words all over the game. So my channel's kind of sort of family friendly. No, don't hit him!
Awesome. Thank you.
Cool. Oh, awesome, D-Rock. If you want to send that to me, and I think I've got a Google Groups thread on it. I'm going to make another group for subs as well. Keep the mod one separate. I can look into the group and see if I can make like a subsection of the group that's for mods only, rather than having to split it into two. Has anyone in chat played Aery that can give a better description of it than that? I don't think it's intended to be. So like Cards Against Humanity is intended to be inappropriate. This one is like you're like gobbling up other people's words, I guess, to make your character bigger. That's where it's like Katamari. People can write whatever they want in the words. And you're like drawing from the entire community of people who play Aery. You're not just like joining a private server, so there's a lot of 14-year-olds on there with penis, 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 butt. I see, Kami. Player names.
Oh, the dot game. I've heard of this.
Yeah. That reminds me, I should do Cookie Clicker.
Heck yeah, man.
If he ever updates it. Y'all haven't played Cookie Clicker, quit your job. Drop whatever you're doing right now. Close the Twitch down. Go play it until you tap it out. And make a spreadsheet. Cookie Clicker is the shit. And you're going to play it for the first 10 minutes and be like, I don't get it. And you're going to play it for the next hour and you'll be like, I get it. It's so awesome. Especially when you get to prestige mode. Yeah, imagine there's a lot of like racist and really insensitive stuff on there, Kami. People have advised that I not stream it. Oh. That's pretty cool, Joe, man. Man, that's too bad. It'd be nice if they did like a safe for work server for it. Yeah. Like just let people self-segregate. And you're live competing with a whole bunch of other people, Joe, man. There's another one here. Quest that gives an Aetheryte. Young Wavelord. Got it, D-Rock, thank you. I will just add that to my auto-host list right now. I like young people. I like the ocean. I like people who lord over things. Oh, you can disable their names? Oh, that's cool, Joe Man. Maybe if I were to play it, I would do that. Okay, that's cool. Maybe I'll look into it. Maybe it'll do it like on the next PC free play day. Which is probably sooner rather than later. He's also from Ohio? Haha, nice. We're gonna make the Ohio network.
Yeah. You don't remember where this one was. It's not on top of this big thing.
I do remember that one, I think. Hold on. Let me come over there. You're inside the rookery?
Well, I guess I'm underneath it now. Maybe I should be inside it.
Oh, do you have the Zenith Aetheryte crystal here?
No.
Or just Mogholm? Okay, so that's what it is. We gotta go all the way southwest.
Okay. I think there was one down here anyway.
Okay, cool. Awesome, D-Rock. Yeah, that'd be cool. So not stream friendly. Hey, it doesn't need to be family friendly. I mean, I'm playing like Silent Hill 2, which is decidedly not family friendly, but try to keep it like PG-13-ish.
I do have the Zenith.
Yeah, mine for fish. I left Ohio. I'm in California right now. My heart is in Ohio. But you do have it. Cool.
Yeah.
It's a lot of moans.
Hang on, there's one to the east here. I can look real quick.
Cool, cool.
User entered your channel.
Hey, dude, how you been?
Hello.
Yeah, I hear that. Mine for fish. There's way too many people in California. It's pretty bad. I feel like people are like snottier out here, but I think it's just that there are so many more people that you're more likely to run into someone who's snotty, and the snotty people stand out. This is one that I actually came at from the other direction, so I spent forever trying to find it, not knowing that it was up here on this cliff.
Oh, I see.
Andrew and I didn't want to leave. It's an academia thing, at least for the four of us. Andrea. Gotta port around the country, basically.
What does that evolve into, Julian?
Isn't that already the final form? Rural Ohio is probably pretty shitty to live in. Columbus is great, though. Columbus is like a big little city. It has all of the nice little advantages of a big city, but there's not a ton of people there. There you go, D-Rock. Hold, please. Let's not do that. Hey, you beat me to it. Look at that. I missed what that is, Mega Man. Is that it's not the new DBZ thing, is it? Or Survival of Frieza. The blue hair. Dude, did any of you remember Cajun wings from Wing Street? They were the shit, and they canceled them like 6 or 7 years ago. And I haven't given my business to Pizza Hut.
Never had Wing Street.
Dude, oh, man. Wing Street's this, that's like the Pizza Hut wings.
Yeah.
That is not true. I've had Wing Street at your place, Pat.
Really? You sure? Maybe.
I'm
maybe
100% positive.
Well, we should do it again.
Yeah, Kami, I know the joke. So I'm a chicken wings enthusiast because that's usually the best vessel upon which to apply hot sauce, right? So I eat them from all over the place, and I am not at all ashamed to say that my favorite style of wings comes from Wing Street, even though it's like Pizza Hut and they're clearly frozen and not fresh. They're really, really good. The crunchy to like juicy ratio is perfect. But I don't get them anymore because they don't have Cajun. Bastards. My thing with their wings is the texture. What's that?
I was just gonna say I'll be on in a few minutes. Speaking of food, I'm just finishing my dinner real quick.
Yeah, no worries. We're finishing up the Aetheryte currents because you already had them and I already had them.
Yeah, Pat's lucky he has you to show him. Man, I spent so long looking for some of them. I hate this area.
I'm so sorry, man. You want to give me your login?
Well, just there's that set of them that you have to get by like going to that one
Mm-hmm.
portal, and then like you take a little bridge across. But like, I didn't know there was a little bridge there. You know what I mean?
That was the
So, like,
one
I
that
kept trying to-
right before you signed in, Apex was like, "Is this one above me?" And I was like, "No, you got to go back to the portal and go across the bridge." Like, oh, okay, there's 3 minutes instead of an hour, or however long you're at it.
But whatever.
There's actually a huge zone up across that way. Whenever you're ready to start going up there, there's a couple currents up there.
I think I just finished the one that I have to do here, so I'll turn it in later. But
Okay. Wendell's? Okay. Yeah, man. I'll let you know. There's a decent chance that I'll end up in Boston, not in the immediate future, but since my sister-in-law lives there. Give in to the Moogle hate. Well, we've been doing the side quests that give ether currents, but that's about it.
I did a few more that gave gear, but
Matt's gonna finish eating and we'll pop in the dungeon. Flowerwing's not gonna make it tonight. You're welcome to queue with us if you want, Darkstar. We can try doing it. It's not like prime time in Deutschland anymore. I didn't end up playing. I forgot to turn that off. So when I was playing with my nephew this morning, we played with 2 Japanese players because I had it still set to Japanese. They were very nice. Got to use the auto translator.
I can't get to that one, can I? Do you have to go to this eastern rotunda, the rookery, to get to play the front of me? Okay.
Yes.
yeah, you go in there and then like go out the back, and there'll be like a little circle with a bridge sticking out of it. If that makes sense.
Okay.
Okay, Darkstar. We can take a pug and maybe we'll luck out and there'll be someone who's also doing it for the first time. There's still quite a few people working through it. I'll try to level up an alternate role in the meantime. I wanted to get Astrologian up. Or I should probably get a DPS up. What's the general challenge level of the Aery and Odyssey games? I've never played them or looked at them. I know nothing about them.
Oh man, they're hard.
They're fun though. I just started
They're super
playing.
fun.
I shouldn't have, but I started playing Aery and Odyssey. I guess it's Etrian, but the Untold one, the first one, because the second one came out and I couldn't help but buy it because I'm a sucker for getting the special package with the CD and the art book, blah blah blah. So it's like, you know what? I have 2 games that I need to play. I need to play 1 and I need to play the Mystery Dungeon. I was like, let me play the 1 anyway. But like, it's the kind of thing like when you first go to a new area, the enemies will like kick the shit out of you. Then you have to like learn what they're weak to. You have to learn what kind of status effects work on them. You grind up a little, you plan your party out, and then you think you're good. You go try to fight the boss, and the boss kicks the shit out of you. And so you do it again. And then there are these enemies called foes that Mega Man talked about. They're like little mini bosses that wander the map. That after a while you get strong enough that you can farm them, but at first, like, you get to a new area and you start seeing a foe, it's like, oh god, I need to learn this pattern because I need to not let it touch me and start a fight. So it's definitely a lot of fun though. Like, you got to be in that mindset though that you want to play a grindy RPG. It's not one that's going to hold your hand, and it's not one that's going to be super easy. Although I guess the Untold ones, they had 3 difficulty settings, and you have to pick expert mode if you want to actually play the normal difficulty. If you play normal, it's like easy compared to, it's like expert is what all the other games were set at essentially.
Yeah, I made that mistake in Metroid Prime 2. I just found, I was like, wow, this game's actually, I'm not really in danger of dying. And so I was like, oh, that's because you're playing on normal. And they added that difficulty in the Wii re-release, so you're basically playing on easy. I was like, oh, shit, okay. So that might be the kind of game that would be a good candidate for this sub-block that I'm working on implementing, where, if it reaches the top in votes, then I would play it for an hour, but I wouldn't have to say, like, okay, I'm going to play this, I'm going to commit to playing this for 100 hours.
Oh, but they're so much fun though. Like, the one thing that I picked the story mode in these new ones, so the original games didn't really have them. There's a story, but it's like, you pick your own characters, you just make them, you pick whatever classes you want. There's a reason why you're exploring this dungeon, but the game knows what it is. People just want to kill stuff in the dungeon, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the re-released ones, these Untold ones, they put in a story. The voice acting's pretty decent. The cartoons, like the anime cartoons for anime style, are really nice. So I was like, you know what? Let me play through the story mode once at least, and it also unlocks some jobs that you otherwise wouldn't have. But the annoying thing with that is you don't get to pick all your characters, because like it's just so much fun. Like, you pick like, there's a role called Protector that's like your classic tank that, you put them in the front line, you have them provoke. They'll have a thing that when they get hit, they get back their resource, so like, they can take a bunch of hits and stuff.
Sure.
And like, you can do all these different combos. Like, there's a standard kind of like Knight class that, can't really do elemental damage themselves, but they'll have these attacks that are like chasers, that like if someone else does elemental damage, then their attack will also do elemental damage. And so like, you put all these combos together, you can like figure out all of these things. And like, so it's a lot of fun if you're into that kind of thing where like, man, I really want to put together my team, figure out how to take down this boss, like, and you can have more than just the standard. You go in 5 people in a dungeon, right? You can have a bunch more than that, so you can switch people in and out. If you don't like a build, you can make them rest, where they just lose 2 levels of experience, but then you get to respec all your points. So like, it's a big customization.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. Like, it's.
Is it like a classic turn-based JRPG, or?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, cool. That sounds cool.
Rad.
The only one I've beaten so far is 4. I got pretty far in 2, so I'm actually looking forward to trying again in this Untold one. And I never got too far in 3. For whatever reason, there's some boat stuff in 3 that I just didn't like. In 4, you get an airship though, and I really like that. I don't know, I'll go back to 3 at some point.
Do you have any idea why? So this game got recommended by somebody. They have been streaming a long time, but it was, I don't know, maybe in February or March when I was first starting. And I looked at the Metacritic score, and it was pretty mixed. Like, is that because it's grindy, do you think?
It's grindy, and it's not like, it's never the kind of game that's going to mass appeal. Like, if you stream it, you might get some walk-ins, because not a lot of people stream it. I've been looking. I'll always look every couple of days, like, I want to see someone. But it's not like the kind of game your average person probably has never even heard of it before. Like,
yeah.
I'm not trying to be like, oh man, I'm so hipster. It's just
I know what you mean.
It's not
right.
Fire Emblem. It's not Pokemon. It's not,
Sure.
It's definitely a less known game, and they're trying to make it more appealing with these 2 Untold ones that are coming out. Like, before them, like I said, their story just really isn't there. The game doesn't hold your hand. The first dungeon will usually be fairly easy, But like by the point that the first foe shows up, like usually in the second floor, that if a person doesn't realize, hey, I shouldn't fight this thing, they'll just keep killing them over and over and over again. And you know, if you're not the kind of person that you know, it's I don't think it's a fair comparison, but it's kind of like Dark Souls kind of thing. Like you gotta be in that kind of mood. You got to be willing to lose. You got to be like the other night I played for like an hour. I was just mapping out the dungeon, and I get in a fight, and I just had bad RNG. Like they got first hit kind of thing, and just wiped me, and I lost all my progress. So lets me save my map progress. Like you draw out the map on the bottom.
At least you keep something, yeah.
But like I lost that entire hour of leveling and all that, and it was like, well, okay, I'll do it again tomorrow. Like.
Gotcha.
I don't know, it's a lot of fun. I do like the whole mapping process. Like, you can be really in depth with it or not. Like in the new Untold ones, they reward you if you map out the whole floor. You get to skip that floor from now whenever you want. If you just want to walk past it, but like you can make little notes to yourself. There are little icons you can put. Like there'll be resources you can find on the map. So like you can go and there'll be a spot where you can mine. So you can mark it down. Now here's a mine spot. Oh, I found a spot where if I drink the water, I'll get back some MP.
That's really cool that you
where,
map it yourself.
Right, you can find little shortcuts for like you can mark the shortcuts and stuff. Like all that kind of stuff is they give you all the tools to like be as in depth or as little as possible. Like as if you walk over the tile, it makes the tile a different color. So like you can literally do nothing. You'd at least be able to see the floor. But I'll draw out all the walls, I'll draw all the shortcuts, I'll put all the notes and stuff. Like it's you know a fun part of the game to go and like make your own map.
Yeah.
And I refuse to ever, like, never ever have I ever looked up a map online. That's like, oh my god, why would you do that? You're
That's
the whole point.
The point of the game, yeah, sure. That sounds really fun. And I've got a 3DS capture card. I don't really want quantity of walk-ins. I want quality of walk-ins, and like rarer games like that or more niche games tend to produce higher quality followers, so to speak.
I mean, you never know. It's the kind of thing that maybe you'll get a bunch of people. There's not a lot of people who stream it, so maybe it's just because it's harder to stream. Like you said, not a lot of people have 3DS capture cards.
Yeah.
Or it's also, you know, you might have to be the right personality for it, which I think you'd be fine. But like I've tried to watch like Let's Plays and stuff of it, and either people don't explain what they're doing, or they have all the battles on like they're super good at the game, so they're just like, I'm gonna put everything at like 1,000,000 times speed, and you're just gonna see me kill this endgame dragon thing with my super awesome combo, which is impressive, but like I don't know what the hell's going on. Right?
Yeah, yeah. I guess you have the advantage of watching me play from the beginning and figuring it out.
Yeah, I think it's right up your alley, man.
Cool. No, I'm totally fine with playing a game and losing just to learn.
And they don't do it in at least 1 and 2, but like in 4 there was subclassing, which oh my god, that's like the most exciting thing to me ever.
Is there anything stopping me from just like playing the newest one?
No, I would say 4 might actually be the best place to start. A lot of people agree, but all the Untold ones, Untold 1 or 2, their story is not really continuous at all, and they've taken all the like the quality of life stuff that has been. They're definitely good about, hey, we noticed something's really good in A Train Odyssey 4, let's make sure that's in our remakes of 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Like, all that kind of quality of life stuff is there.
Okay. Gotcha, Kami.
Like, oh man, in 4 you could subclass after you get to a certain point where, like, you know, your protector's your tank guy, but I subclassed him to be a dancer, which you wouldn't think of at first, but, like, a dancer has a lot of evasion stuff, so now he's the normal tank, but he also evades half the hits. Like, so if he takes a hit, he takes, like, no damage. But half the time he doesn't even get hit. And so like there's all these little combos you can do. Oh, it's so much fun. I'm gonna stop talking about it now.
Cool. I'll tell you what, I'll probably throw it in the at least if not in the sub block I was talking about, I'll put it in the next game. What I was gonna do is let that run for a week or so to see what games are getting attention. Anything that has received no votes, I'm just going to clear out and replace with other stuff so that everything is in the running. I'm not wasting any slots. Everything in that set of 10 games I'm going to play no matter what, but I can, you know, try to put things that people are interested in voting for there first.
It's the kind of thing too where like I like to buy them when they first come out, but they definitely go on sale very frequently on the eShop. So you can definitely go and get like 4 or Untold 1, probably for $20 or less. And even if you want to play the newest one, it just came out. But literally, if you probably wait 2 or 3 months, it'll probably be on sale in the eShop for $20 or so. Like they understand that, you know, they want their thing to sell. They put it on sale after. They're good about that. They're not like some companies, you know, like Call of Duty waits until, you know, if Call of Duty 4 is on sale, it's because Call of Duty 72 is out. Like, they don't. Anyway.
Came out just yesterday? Shit. Yeah, right on, D-Rock. Yeah, so if you want to vote for the next game we're playing using sphere points, I'll go ahead and post the Google Doc here that has the current 10 in the running. Like I said, I'll probably cull some of the ones that have received no votes at the end of this week. Right now, Secret of Evermore is topping it, followed by Valkyria Chronicles, Bravely Default, Deus Ex Human Revolution, and Bioshock 1. The games that don't have any votes yet are Blue Dragon, The World Ends With You, Shenmue, Fire Emblem Awakening, and Shovel Knight. There's a separate tab on that Google Doc if you're planning on spending a lot of sphere points and making a ton of votes all at once. It's 60 sphere points for 1 vote, or roughly about the amount you'd get from 5 hours of watching. Or 48 sphere points for 1 vote if you subscribe on Hitbox. Get a discount. Anyway, if you're looking to make a very large vote instead of spamming chat with the command, I don't really have a way to alter the number of votes you make in chat. I have a separate tab in the Google Doc for a mass vote request. And just type it out there and I'll take care of it for you. Whatever wins is going to replace Final Fantasy 9, I think, because 5 are going to sub out for 10. Try to keep a Final Fantasy on the schedule until we get through all of them.
I mean, you guys should have mentioned there's a 600 megabyte patch.
Oh, yeah.
I would have. Anyway, I'll be another 10 minutes, I guess.
No worries.
I feel bad that.
No
We'll get
worries.
to do the dungeon at least, right? Yeah, alright.
Yep.
Yeah.
Get flying and churning mists.
You gotta kill these deep eyes.
We're 50% of the way through Disc 3. This will be a little bit. We're at the oil vert, or however you pronounce that, the dungeon where you can't use magic. I was a dummy and brought like half of my party are magic users, so now they get to use the item command. I forgot about this. It's like, okay, I gotta pick my party, whatever, I'll just take these people. And it's like, as I got there, I was like, wait a minute. I seem to remember not being an idiot in the past. Yeah.
Yeah, I mentioned this before, but it like blows my mind. You know, I bought Halo Master Chief Collection, which I played like twice. But you know, it's like a 60 gig install, and then it went and downloaded another 20 gigs before I could even start playing. And that's not even counting. Then they patched it again to include ODST, which is all I've actually played on it so far, which is like another 10 gigs. So one game, sure, it has 4 or 5 games in it, but one game, like, oh my god, how many CDs would that have been? 100? What is it, 700
Right.
megabytes per game?
Yeah. Nice, Darkstar. Yeah, probably D-Rock. That's a good idea. I can like broadcast the old commercial. I never actually saw the commercial. I just saw that it was Squaresoft. Apparently, that's the one game that like Japanese people are pissed off that they never got it because it's made by the Western division of Square.
Could you imagine games these days? It'd be like you'd watch a minute of the cutscene, then you'd have to swap the CD to watch the next minute of the cutscene.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, did they let you get the quest complete credit, Mega Man, before you pick it up? It's one of those quality of life things. Yeah, exactly. What's your next mob?
those realms here.
Cool.
Are you guys doing the hunting log or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't tried that yet. I did do the quest so that you can do it, so I have access to it, but I haven't actually tried it yet. I'll do that soon.
It's a pretty good deal. Gives you quite a bit of XP for minimal effort. I spent this whole time like flarewing someone says, yeah, you should do the Ishgard hunting log. I'm like, yeah, I don't know if I want to look for these rare spawn monsters that die really fast. It seems like a pain in the ass. I was like, oh, it's basically just like the class hunting log, but upgraded. He may have been trying to communicate that, but I didn't get that sense. 'Cause once you've done it enough times, like the enemies always spawn in the same places. You kind of know where to go.
Alright, what you need?
I have the zone done. The last one I need is in
okay.
Churning Mist. I think I need flying for it.
I gotta go to the Jordanian Forelands, so I pick one.
Flying Chocobo. I'll turn mount music back on whenever they add Mambo de Chocobo to the Black Chocobo.
Do they keep track of the stuff that you need in your little hunting log that you can access, or did you just remember all the ones from the hunting?
It gives you a
board?
key item that you can look at that
I
shows
see.
you. Yeah, you can like scroll through them, and it like crosses them out if you've already done them.
I must not have noticed that key item.
I don't think you get a bonus for finishing all of them, but you
No.
get a ton.
Yeah, like each one is like 1/100th of a level, at least at level 55. So, like, you're getting 1/20th of a level when you do all 5. It's not bad. And it takes no time, very little time.
And once you hit 56, it gets better because then you get another stack of 5 of them. Yeah, I feel like this is the kind of daily that's tolerable. I like the Beast Tribe dailies a lot less because they're so variable as to how much time they're going to take. Like sometimes you'll get lucky and get the 6 dailies that are really, really fast, and sometimes you'll get one that has this long fate that just takes like 10 or 15 minutes. It takes almost as long to do the one fate as it does to do the rest of the 11 Beast Tribe quests. Yeah, 1%.
Do you know where these Amelia tree guys are?
Yeah, I think so. Hold on.
Supposedly smoldering wastes.
Yeah. Yeah, over by me. Where they spawn, someone just killed one though. Let's see if we can find one. Done this a lot, Kami. There's another one up here.
Oh my god, tag him, tag him!
I'm on it, I'm on it! Taking me back. Sour days.
I didn't mean to do this.
Oh, sorry, dude.
Wall. That's spiteful. Now you sit here for 5 minutes and keep pulling him until it goes away. Just out of spite. Alright, I got one other one in the morn.
How does that work, Kami? Because like it's like if you have the tag, you're guaranteed to get the credit. But if you don't have the tag, you have to do some percentage. I've had very bad luck with like joining in on someone who's in the middle of killing something. Like maybe if we hit it at exactly the same time. Yeah, so we want to go out the second floor exit around the back. 20%. Okay, that would make sense then. That's usually what will happen is I'll like come on a guy when he already has the mob basically dead, and at that point there's no point in joining in. But if you get the claim, then you don't need to do anything. You just need to get, like, you know, you need to be there when it dies, not, like, return to your home zone and you'll get credit. That's where you go magma fishing later.
Nice. My last one is in Sea of Clouds. Did you say you had one there but couldn't get to it?
I have one in Churning Mist that I can't get to.
Oh.
I need to get flying there. Probably the one you have in Sea of Clouds you can probably reach. I haven't had a problem with that zone yet. Yeah, 56, you'll get one that has it's on an island that you need to have flying to get to. I've had like Flarewing will go in party and kill it. Oh, cool, man. I'll be streaming it next Wednesday since Apex is going to be out of town. What's the name of the mob?
It's the Natlai Gundu over in Gundu Okbindu.
Yeah, we can go there. It's a long walk, but... These are the whatchamacallem, Bismarck worshipping dudes with the cool little combat dance.
I'll be right back, and hopefully my thing should be done when I get back. So,
Okay, see you soon. Hey guys, what are you doing? I think this is a pretty zone. I'm excited to be able to fly here. I think we get it fairly late though. Like 57 or 58 or something like that. Nice that they tease you with it though right at the beginning, like, hey, check the zone out. I was reading today on the Final Fantasy XIV subreddit, they were talking about how do you get past the problem of Final Fantasy XIV having a very boring, like, first 3 or 4 hours compared to what the game becomes later on. And there are people saying, oh no, we really like the experience in this game. It's not like all these other MMOs where they feel like they need to grab you in the first 5 minutes or you're going to quit. I'm not sure I agree with that. I feel like it needs to have something that tries to grab you in the first 5 minutes, and not everyone can have the tolerance that we have, you know? So I guess I don't know what they could do, you know, short of having, like, the very first thing you do be a 4-man event that's very difficult to lose, but at least demonstrates what the game is like. You don't get to that first dungeon for, like, it's like 10 hours before you get to see what the game's really like.
Yeah, and for example, the Guild Wars intro is pretty awesome, but like the
Yeah.
character-specific one.
Yeah, like, your race, you, like, automatically are in this cool thing, and you have this giant boss fight where all these other players running around that are helping you fight it. And it's pretty much unlosable.
Yeah. I think Final Fantasy can get away with it a little better than other games because they've got Final Fantasy behind them, you know?
Yeah. Mhm.
But they don't need to, you know, use that as a crutch.
I had this one earlier today.
A goat sea bridge here.
Yeah.
Oh, these guys.
One of these guys.
The Goondu, the Natlai Goondu.
Not like.
Hey, speaking of gaming news, did you see the new Super Mario 64 glitch people are hyped about?
What's the deal with it? So I saw the post, so I didn't watch the video. It's like they're trying to put out a reward to reproduce it.
Yeah, like basically some guy, it happened on Twitch. Some guy just did it when he was doing a race with a friend of his or something, and nobody knows how it happened. But if it, so it's an up jump essentially. Like sometimes in the game when it gets confused about Mario's location, it will warp him down to the nearest floor, essentially. And what happened here was Mario warped up. So the down warp is used sometimes for speedrunning purposes, but there are plenty of places where you'd want to warp up if you could, and there's no way to do that, no way to control it. Up warping is understood, but only in a very specific context, depending on what's above Mario. And this thing that is on Twitch was none of the conditions that had been previously observed.
Interesting.
So I can go in Twitch chat and just keep saying "warp up, stupid" with my little Simpsons reference, and they'll just appreciate it, right? They won't.
Yeah, totally.
Do you still need one more?
Yes. None of those were the right guy, actually.
Oh,
Sorry.
actually.
I was just killing him. I need the... Oh, no, I just got it. That's what it was. I'm good.
Cool.
How come some of your skills are so much bigger on the side there, Dylan?
Those are I'm a controller noob, and those are on my second bar, and I want to see what the cooldowns are without having to scroll to them. So I don't actually click those or activate them, but they let me know what my cooldowns are from the second bar.
Ah, I see. Scrub.
Total scrub. Yeah, I saw their sub numbers are down to 5.5 million, so that's about half of their peak. Still a sizable number of people paying $15 a month to play their game, but... Alright, so...
Okay, I am ready whenever you guys are.
Cool.
Sorry I made you wait so long.
No worries.
I had to finish up these. I wanted to do a different section of my thesis today that I really wanted to have done, but then I realized, hey, I can have some really cool pictures that like explain this process really well, and I thought I can get them done by lunch. No, it took me all day. It took all day to make these figures and make them look real spiffy. And so, like, I'm happy that I got them done, but, like, 6 o'clock rolled around and I still needed to do a little bit of work on them. Like, no, I'm finishing these damn figures.
Yeah, no, you should have. Thesis is more important than video games. Like, hey, Pax, if you were playing right now during thesis time, I don't think you'd be playing.
No.
Computer issues aside, were you going to go as a scholar?
Oh, yes, thank you.
Sure.
I probably shouldn't be playing, but whatever. I want to play for a little bit, so...
Yeah.
I think I'm in a decent spot. I should be okay.
Yeah, that was quick. That lucky DPS. The armor's looking pretty sweet, man. Cloth is improved.
Oh, yeah.
Heavensward. Cool. Super cool. Aery's impregnable, right?
So, are we Mario Karting for this dungeon? Is that what? I would do that. He pulled out his red shell.
I think the person with us is new too.
Oh, if they're not, they can sit and wait. I'm not skipping things.
Right, Dark Star. That's over. Already over.
That would be a great dungeon. Everyone would be like, man, I didn't get this dungeon in my duty finder? Fuck.
Cool. Yay!
Sexy cat person.
Get
Best
that
kind of
tank
cards.
stance.
Running away from that protect. Turning on that tank stance.
Oh, right, I'm a summoner, a scholar, I should cast the little dude.
Little fairy.
That's important.
No, it's because Apex did. So it takes turns.
Oh my god, I heal for so much. This is so much better than Astrologian. Why is that? Like, that's not supposed to be the case. White Mage and
They're supposed to be
then
comparable.
Astrologian, they're supposed to have, like, super heals.
Yep.
Jeez. Maybe we
I don't know,
gotta-
man. Your eye level is probably about 70 higher on this.
Yeah, right.
Well, he's talking about like
So-
percentage of my health from the amount of damage I'm taking, right?
Yeah.
Like, 'cause if I'm at like 30% health, whether I'm playing on this paladin or the warrior before, you should still expect to be able to heal me about as quickly. Call him sexy cat person because that's like what drives a lot of people to pick that race, I find. Cool little lightning
Ow.
bolts.
And that's just how I pronounce Mikote or whatever. I
Sexy
pronounce
cat
that
person.
Sexy cat person. We're all allowed to get one thing wrong. It's just that Dylan and Flair would get like everything wrong. Also, I imagine them to be like stupid sexy Flanders in this
Right.
ski suit shimmying down the slope.
I think there's a fish called Cloud Chaser.
Sexy potato.
Right, Flarewing.
Oh my god, I love Scholar. Why did they ever pick a different healer? Like the
Well, you've
gear
got it
for
leveled
the-
now for when they inevitably buff it in
That's
3.1.
true. The Astrologian gear is way cooler, I think, at least than what I've got now. But that's about it.
So it's probably a good thing that I didn't get Warrior up first before I did Dark Knight. I have nothing to compare it to, so it's fun to me.
Mm-hmm. Dark Knight's good. It's a lot more micromanagement.
Oh man, it's a lot when you're trying to watch your MP. Maybe it gets a little easier when I get all the tools. I'm still only like level 46, but
Yeah.
there's a lot of paying attention.
Warrior's the easy mode tank for leveling. I hear that kind of switches around at max level, and Paladin's a little bit easier. Almost got a Mercy Stroke off. Proc number 4 my career. I pointed that out on the first day that we ran into 2 bars. Nobody said anything. Actually 3 big macros, but yes. You can see them there in the lower left-hand corner of the screen. I have Berserk and what is that one? Inner Release. Those are 1 macro. I have Vengeance, Foresight, and Featherfoot are 1 macro, and Convalescence, Bloodbath, and Thrill of Battle are 1 macro. And that's roughly the order in which I activate them. Because I can just activate one of them if I just want Convalescence on. There's Convalescence. Okay. Oh, shoot. Now I also need Bloodbath. There's Bloodbath.
See, I don't like, I don't know, I haven't macroed anything on my DPS, and as far as I understand it, you shouldn't. And even on my tank build, like, I'd rather spread out. I'd rather if there's a situation where I need all my defensive cooldowns that I push them all, because then I can just, you know, in a normal fight, I can just say, oh, I want my little, you know, I'll give Pat a break from heal, and I'll use my 30% damage reduction on my Dark Knight. But if that doesn't mean I used all the rest, if something bad happens.
So did you guys watch what I just did on the stream? I'll demonstrate again. Maybe it's not as bad as you're telling me that it is. That has never come up in encounter yet. Perhaps it will happen later. I've never been in a situation where like, oh man, I really need to save Bloodbath for later, but Thrill of Battle is going to save my butt. It's like if I need to use cooldowns, I need to use cooldowns, and if the one that heals me for less doesn't save the day, then the one that heals me for more will. But no, I agree, like it would be more optimal to play on a mouse and keyboard and have the space for all of them. But right now it hasn't caused me to lose a fight.
That's just because you have such elite heals and deeps.
Exactly,
Right.
it's all the elite heals. I'm just making Apex work harder is what's happening here.
Wait, is this a single boss dungeon, or this is a cool one with more bosses?
Yeah, this is a full dungeon. There's a path off to the right.
Oh, I guess I thought we were just gonna go kill a dragon. That's cool.
Electric Cheeks. Oh, okay.
Ow!
You want to be close to it for that.
Yeah.
I'm guessing this one we want to be far away.
Just make some AoE lightning bolts. Man, the effect design in these Heavensward fight are very impressive. Whoa. Oh, okay. Might be related to this is the one you gotta get close for. Very, very pretty design. I don't know, man. I've never been on the skin of my teeth in a fight. Like, either we just completely die. I feel like that's when, you know, when using individual cooldowns is really important. Go ahead and kill this Layak thing first. Is that when you're like, oh man, I'm at like, you know, 1% health or 5% health. I need a cooldown to not die. Like, no, it's if we die, it's because I went from full to dead immediately, or because Apex died.
So whenever you get that March debuff, spread out.
Okay.
Like Matt, don't go near anybody.
Well, then
I
don't
think.
do Mir's butt. Oh god, that hurt.
It's okay, I got you. Basically, you spread that to other people, and I don't know if that's good or bad. It might spread out the damage, but it might also just hit more people.
I see. And it hasn't hit me at all, right?
Yeah, it's never come on you.
Andrew. That one is okay. Oh wait, I might have it now. Little like purple
you
line
can-
he's got
you
at me.
can have it.
Okay. So I'll hold the boss. Don't cut by me. Oh, did you assume it or did it just drop off?
I tried to assume that you're paralyzed, and maybe that got rid of it.
Can limit break if you want. I'm sure we'll get it back in time for the next fight. Why is it not triggering?
Because I keep moving, so I don't get hit by the
Oh, I
AoEs.
see.
As soon as I go to cast it, I've been.
I didn't realize it
That's
made
the
this
thing.
sound when you started it every time. It's funny.
So I don't know if that's correct. It looks like you can spread that targeting to someone else, and then it says that you can no longer be targeted by it. So maybe there's an incentive to spread it among all the party members. But I can certainly heal through it if it hits. Even when it hit me, I can heal through it.
Unless you really want me to, I will probably greed on everything. So, just
Sure.
let
Cool,
me know
cool.
before.
Whoa, that was what we were supposed to do.
I probably won't greed on int or mind stuff, but otherwise, yes, I will greed on it.
Yeah, what were our missed mechanics? Oh, did Apex just heal through it? By the way, you guys are welcome to tell us any missed mechanics. Just wait till after we beat the fight, or if we specifically ask for it, if we've been stuck on it for a while.
For a second, I thought these blue lights in the distance were Aether currents, and I was all ready to go. Oh my god, we gotta get them all. I don't think this dragon's terrible. He might be a nice guy.
Oh shit, is he,
Suspicious of this slumbering dragon. Look out for the big dragon to show up and do a little AoE attack again too.
Yeah.
Since I get Stone Vigil every time I queue up my Dark Knight now, I figured out that you can run past those dragons that breathe on you. So as the tank, I run past them and everyone else gets hit. So I'm like, ah, suckers.
Alright, noob tank typing. There we go.
Oh shit.
He was sleeping.
Yeah, wake him up. I just gonna leave him there.
No wonder he's fighting you.
Little babies were fighting us. You're saying this slumbering dragon was called a terrible dragon? Oh, yeah, a terrible dragon appears before you. The one that appears to hit you. Let's see.
Man, why you run at the thing? Just let it do its thing. It's just running at it.
Oh, Terabile. It was misspelled. I kept mentally correcting the misspelling. Like, can't possibly what they mean.
I passed on that one. Because,
Thanks, man.
This monk needs his incure. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
Hi, Ben.
He's so hungry.
He already ate. I don't know why.
He's still hungry.
He's always hungry.
I love you, Ben.
I like that big drop earlier. Thinking it's
Yeah,
gonna be
it was
like that again.
I got bites.
So Nidhogg, Andrea, the name of the dragon in here, is named for a dragon in Norse mythology that sits at the base of Yggdrasil. Remember what that is? Yeah, the world tree. Very nicely done. Big long word. If I hadn't have just told you what it was, like what would you have called it?
I don't know, the YGJ.
Okay. Is there another Nidhogg broodling that I'm not seeing? Okay, never mind. Just stayed on the aggro list longer than I expected. Anyway, he sits at the base of the world tree and he gnaws at the roots. And there's a squirrel that lives on the top of the world tree, and it's a really big tree. It's the world tree, right? Right in Ratatosk that hates, or no, there's an eagle that lives up there that hates the dragon.
It's not a
And
squirrel.
no,
It was way
hold on,
cooler
hold
when it
on.
was a squirrel.
The squirrel Ratatosk ferries hate messages between the dragon and the eagle.
Oh, so the squirrel's like the divorce lawyer?
Basically, yeah. There you go. And Ratatosk is in this game, but he's a dragon instead of a squirrel.
What does the eagle do? Shit on the world tree?
Kind of chilling up there, being an eagle. They just like animals in Norse mythology and like making them do stuff. I'm a big fan of Norse mythology. Of the mythologies, it is my favorite.
They use a lot of it in the Train Odyssey.
Ooh, that's selling it. JRPG creators seem to be fans. Ratatosk was a she in this game, right on. Yeah, there was one that's named for the eagle too, I think. I forget the name. It might have been Heavy Svilgar. It's the eagle. But it's been a while.
So, and maybe I'm wrong about this, but I feel like all mythologies have really cool possible bosses.
Yeah,
But Nordic mythology is one that you can without pissing people off.
that's good. That's correct. And Greek mythology.
Yeah, and
There's
Greek
probably
is
like
all
3
there.
Vikings
I mean,
somewhere
there
who
are
would get
still,
really
what is it,
offended.
Sorry or something.
A Satru?
A Satru, that's
Yeah,
it.
like white power people who believe in Norse mythology, kind of.
Well, they're not all white power.
They're mostly white power people.
They're like, I don't know, like, you know, I was talking to a guy.
Yeah.
It sounded more like Pan-Africanism.
Uh-huh.
Like, so, like, you can have African people who are into their African roots, but aren't, like, crazy Black Panther.
Sure.
And I think similarly, you can have
A Satru people?
Satru
Okay.
who are
I don't
just
think
into
I don't think they would
their
care.
Nordic heritage.
I don't think most people would care. I think
Wasn't
it's
there a
really
picture over here?
Yeah, I got it.
No. Okay, I didn't.
I-
I was expecting.
But I do not know much.
I didn't see a
But
weird
anyway,
thing pop
yes,
up.
that's what I think.
Yeah, it was just some prison.
because it doesn't piss anybody off. Like,
Or at least the people it pisses off are such a small minority that
yeah,
you're vegetarians. What do we? Here's what you do.
yeah. Heavy Svilgar was Falkor, the cool voice. No, I would agree. Though I mentioned that's why they cut Longinus, because it's offensive to Christians, and I mean that's Christian mythology. It's a
But the guy stabbed
magic
him and killed
artifact.
him.
It's his spear.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which,
Well, named for him.
Which in now you know this Constantine lore is actually what killed Jesus.
It's also pretty common. It's in Hellboy as well, to come up as because the theory is that if you possess it, it gives you eternal life. Because the guy was cursed with eternal life because he killed.
You remember
Christ.
Constantine is how you bring in the Antichrist.
Do you have a favorite anime to Darkstar?
I haven't seen very many anime.
Think about it for a sec. I should probably be quiet for the rest of this boss fight in case something crazy happens. Okay, guys, I'm back.
Seems like he liked the poison thing that happened.
Oh, okay, let me pull him out of it.
It's stacking. I have 2 now. Leeches has no effect.
Yeah, I can't get off.
Also, it's spawning mustard gas bombs that I'm going to kill because I don't like the idea of a bomb named mustard gas. They're drawn to I muted myself. They're drawn to his little poison clouds. I don't know if that's important.
We probably don't want him getting anywhere near the poison cloud, the mustard gases. They probably make it worse and worse, maybe. You can stun them to slow their progress. My stun lasts for like 5 seconds, that's pretty good. I guess if you let them get to the middle, they're harder and harder to kill because there's the poison in the way there. There's another one in the back. Go hit it. I probably don't need to be participating in this, but
You should probably just keep him away from the poison.
yeah, I'll bring him over to the exit over here. Keep marking them as I see them.
I don't like this skill named Follow Man. It's okay,
Yeah.
no, I'm a Lalafell, so.
Mustard gas is up. Mustard gas absorbed the poison. Don't know what that means yet. Didn't see if he had stacks of something. The boss has stacks of something. What does it say? 6 of them right now.
Damage delta's increased. Maybe we want to let the mustard gases eat them. Maybe if they eat them, they get more powerful. But if
Instead
they
of
slay
him.
is more powerful, let's let him eat some and see what happens. For science.
He's still only at 6 stacks of hit. Oh, now he's at 7. Okay.
But now he's at 7.
Okay. We're gonna leave that last one alone. Yeah, the mustard gas ate it, and now the mustard gas has a stack of something. What does it say?
Type to our buddy to not
Filled to bursting with
burst
the
things.
gas. I think that's definitely it. Like, as he eats it, he's full to bursting, so you have to let them eat some of them, because the more that are on the board, the nastier his damage buff gets. But I think you want to kill the mustard gas eventually. Like, maybe a certain stack threshold he explodes and does raid damage or something like that.
Well, until the mustard gas starts messing with us, I don't see the point.
I think he figured out at roughly the same time. Now it's...
says it begins to swell. Now I think I'm gonna.
No,
So-
give it a couple swells.
Alright, I poked it once and I'll let it go. I'll let it go.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's coming for you now. Oh, he's still trying to eat all of them.
Yeah,
At some point, he's just going to blow up, and we're not going to want to be next to him when that happens. He's going to try to eat one of them and just going to be huge. Yeah, he's blowing up right now, right?
Oh yeah.
Looks like he's charging up a skill. Yeah, self-destruct. And it did raid damage, so that's it. So you want to let him get to 3 stacks and then kill him before he blows up, so you don't take a bunch of raid damage.
Oh god, it gives us a poison. We're all dead. Kill the boss. Kill the boss.
I tried before I
I
died.
can't. Shit.
I'm glad that you got that
I can't.
Bust out
why
that Philcleat, man.
we can't have that happen because it gives us all the poison I can't get rid of.
Hey, I just want to point out that I was about to kill it and you told me to.
You. That was totally my call.
Stole that from me too.
What's that?
The I Found a Chess song.
I did.
And the No 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 song.
Yeah, those are both Andrea things.
Keep on telling me songs that
I just got
Don't tell us the answer yet. I think we got it, guys.
For the new Plants vs. Zombies game, there's a Mass Effect themed plant called Grass Effect Mech. Get it? Grass Effect. Ah!
All right, you can say your favorite anime now.
Oh, cool. Yeah, so, I really liked Death Note as a series, and I really liked, what was the one with the tall guy that was like, hey guys, that's how I meet.
Tall
I think it
guy.
was Spirited Away.
Spirited
Yeah.
Away. Yeah. It's like,
Remember
What
that?
are you
I like
saying?
had all this dialogue for him. Where he's just like
Okay.
that like really awkward guy at a party that
the
like,
tall guy with the mask. The
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
He's like always following you around.
I forget his name. No Face, I think.
Yeah, and he seems kind of cool, but he's a little weird.
Yeah, it was a cute movie. Do you think you identify more with Light or with L from Death Note? Kira, the guy who's like doing the let's wipe out all the evil people in the world, or
Well, he gets a little power mad.
probably Death
Actually,
Note.
wait, I think we're down with the detective class.
Yeah,
Is that the one?
because he's more like Ned Stark. Andrea's lawful neutral. She's not evil.
No, I'm not.
She's lawful neutral to a
I
fault.
thought I was lawful good.
I think
Oh,
you're
you
lawful
think I'm
neutral.
No.
I think you're more lawful than you are anything else on the, because that's really what
Yeah, I'm
lawful
like
neutral means,
hella
that your main focus is you're like hella lawful. So you're like lawful neutral character is Ned Stark. Just a little bit.
Just a smidgen. No, I like the
Later came in. See it.
guy's just he just wants to solve the puzzle. That speaks to the scientist.
Yeah.
And he also really likes snacks. He's always eating, and I do that a lot at work. I need to bring gum in.
Show is Sherlock versus evil Batman. Good show.
Yeah, they're both super clever.
Alright, so we're letting the bomb eat about 3 of the poison stacks, and then we're focusing it down. I think that makes sense, yeah?
Well, we'll get the message saying it's beginning to swell, and that's when we need to pay attention
No,
to it.
I had the death note. I want to go power mad. And I would just.
Can you, but I think that's the point of the show, like, can you really, is there such a thing as using it for good? Like, is killing people ever good? It's a good show. If you guys haven't seen Death Note and you're not an anime fan, you should watch it anyway.
I would say
Or read
that
it.
Given perfect knowledge, killing people can create more happiness in the world than not killing.
Okay.
But that requires perfect knowledge, so I guess I will acknowledge that it was flawed. Yeah, no one should have that power. Oh yeah, that's super fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, because it's hard to do. Like you have to predict how he's gonna jump to put the block right so it hits his head and then he falls.
Hey Pax Matt, when you guys come out to California, we got to play New Super Mario Brothers for the U.
Man, I bought all the different Mario Brothers for Wii U, and I haven't played them once yet.
Well, so then the other thing is my god power gets nerfed if they're all at 99 lives, and then I can't help them as much. So really, when I try to kill them when they're at 99 lives, it's thrown away. My blocks get smaller.
We'll get another one to spawn here in a second, so we can safely kill it now. Go ahead, sorry. Yeah, so you
I was
like
just
you
saying that,
need to kill
killing
me.
you is good because when you get 99 lives, my blocks get just really, really small, and
Yeah.
I can't help you anymore.
Kill it, kill it.
Okay, we stopped Death Note when. stopped
Yes.
Death
If you
Note.
watch Death Note, they made the guy keep going after he was logically done. So get to the part where it's a logical stopping point and stop watching it.
Like this show's supernatural. There is a logical stopping point. Just stop. And the rest of it's just fun. But stop.
Isn't it too bad that they never made a second season of Heroes?
I know.
Oh, I thought of the perfect example now that we're mentioning things of the reason why.
I thought you were gonna say something about like me.
No, show versus tell. Why that's so awesome.
Yeah.
Just think of the ending of the second Nation, where it's all
Tell.
expedition by that architect, and everyone fucking hates it.
Yeah.
It's boring as shit, and you don't know what's going on. It's just like overwhelming.
Right. And they could have showed it to you and left some ambiguity there.
Yeah.
I think we're just gonna finish him, I guess, since we're not killing the mustard
Oh god.
bomb.
You kill him quick.
3%. Throw on my thingy. There we go.
Apparently, we should watch the last 3 episodes. Like
Oh,
watching the end of
I've-
The West Wing. Can we watch it without watching the whole series?
No, I've
So
watched
much
them. I
cooler
can
here.
tell you what happens.
Yes. Yes.
This is the dungeons I remember.
Really, the actual ending of Death Note, I would say, is the movie ending. Is the most elegant way of handling it, and it ends at roughly the same point. It's kind of what the creator originally wanted to do. The movie's not good compared to that, but it's sort of like what The Mist had a much better ending than the book. Even Stephen King said so.
If you haven't seen The Mist, don't look up the ending because you're curious.
Don't.
Just watch the movie.
Just watch it. Yep. The ending is great. It's another one where, like, the movie's not all that great, but the ending is superior. Actually, the Watchmen movie is pretty good, and you still say it's not as good as the comic book, but the ending is like a billion times better than the comic book. Kind of want Alan Moore. He refuses to watch it because he's kind of a dick. He's the writer of Watchmen. I kind of want him to see it just so he can realize how much better their ending is. Yeah, the live-action version of Death Note has the best possible ending to Death Note, I think. Exactly, Kami. Oh man, that's really cool. That was awesome. Yeah, Alan Moore to me is like the Jonathan Blow, the guy who did Braid. He's a complete dick. I mean, he kind of gets away with it because he's a really good artist. Sorry, Andrea was stepping over both of you before. She can't hear you, so she doesn't know when you're talking. You're saying about this dungeon?
I don't remember.
Cool dungeon. This is what you remember. Oh god.
I got you.
Thank you. Dude's
Man,
not
that
screwing
son's
around.
scary. He's kind of a jerk. He just keeps fighting us.
Eh. I'm gonna agree to disagree, Kami. Dude, that's so cool. I wonder if you were like somehow able to hack and run through the dungeon faster if like there's already an invisible space you can cross there. They're actually changing the map when that's happening.
Monk gets all the gear, man.
Oh my
casting thing too?
Why is he
Oh
taking
my
all my
God.
int gear?
I greeted on the monk gear. Better get it.
I've just been passing. The Dire Sword was a special monster, you said?
Well, they're all special monsters in their parents' eyes. This is Drain's son, Gary, now.
I just saw what happens when you try to move out of an AoE and let an enemy hit you from behind with raw tuition on. It's this thing, intuition, it's this thing where like you parry every attack from the front, but attacks from behind are all crits. So I had this big rush of giant numbers on my screen.
Oh my god, that would be so good for Dark Knight.
You use parries for a lot of stuff on Dark Knight, right?
We do. Our thing that, you were saying the one day how you forgot to throw up your thing that makes damage reduction go up.
Mm-hmm.
Which, by the way, you better be using that. Anyway, Dark Knights is one on a 30-second cooldown. If you use it, you gotta wait 30 seconds. And two, you can only use it after a parry. It has a decent, I forget the exact potency, but it's a pretty hard-hitting thing. And it's like, man, first I gotta get parries, and then I gotta make sure that they're not, like, you can activate your thing that makes so you get a bunch of parries, but you're only gonna get one use of that skill out of it, because the next time you can use it, it's 30 seconds later.
Gotcha. That's cool. So like the what were the mobs that the Cyclops mobs that have visual tells but no circles? Open. Did they have a
Now
cast
that
bar
one
at
servers
least?
Came down.
Thanks.
And another.
They're pretty chill dudes. Oh, have I been better about keeping stuff in your blue shit, Apex? You notice me not doing it, let me know. Oh, interesting. That's cool. Are there any enemies in the game other than them that have no cast bar and visual tells only?
All those things just pull.
Yeah, pull them right on top of me so I can overpower all of them. Okay, cool. Man. What's up, bro? Hey, this guy's on the launcher, I think. One wipe.
What do you mean one wipe?
Do you want me to turn on betting for that?
I predict 2 wipes because I can make it happen.
Wait a minute.
The Dragon's Eye is limiting Nidhogg's strength, so Estinian's going to have something to do with it.
Oh no, they're agreeing on 2 wipes. Now we gotta do 3 guys.
So the dragon has a debuff. Watch when the debuff goes away. Oh, you just typed that, right?
I'm probably the one most likely to get away with being able to type mid-fight. We'll see.
Guys,
Marstead.
dance for Nidhogg.
Powerful
this is how you
dance.
beat him.
It's that cool scene where, like, the most badass underwear goldsmith in the game beats Gorgamera with one hit. I hadn't done any, like, fate training, so that cutscene wasn't as funny to me as it could have been. Yeah, don't stand in front of him.
A
Really
monk and a
nice.
dragon will never, ever stand in front of anything if they don't have to. So, if this guy knows anything about his class,
Deep breath. Deep breath. We know what that means. Interesting.
Oh god.
Did they have to do? That's a World of Warcraft thing with dragons. Estinian's taking damage back there. You want to throw a heal at him if he starts to get low. I'm trying to watch him throw my focus target. He's got a buff on him. Yeah, he gets hit by stuff every now and again.
he's targeting me.
Estinian is or Nidhogg?
No, he is. He just floated me into the air, and I can't do anything.
Sable
killed a
Price. Let me keep him faced away from you guys. You're not getting breathed on like that.
Thanks, guys.
He's gonna cast it again here. Stinian's at 67%. Probably still fine. %. That hit him pretty hard. I can throw up some cooldowns if you want to heal him real quick.
Man, right when I use one of my cooldowns. Always happens.
Phase change. Yeah, they're going for a Stinian. Oh, it's just M-Dance? Thank you. Good looking out. Leave him alone!
Man, I put that on my hotbar. Type it out.
Hotbar space for dancing?
Yeah, man. You can have like
Wow, he
8
takes
hotbars, 9 hotbars.
nasty amount of damage. I can pull them with Provoke, but otherwise he has a ton of aggro on individual enemies. So I'm not going to be able to pull that other one off of him, I don't think.
I stunned it at least for a second.
Look how he's charging something.
Yes, he is. Try to get out of like the main path of him.
Ow.
Wow, that was really cool. So I think the reason that we failed was because Estinian died.
No, he was fine. He had full health. He had plenty of health until that blast hit him. I didn't have to interrupt it.
Well, it said he took.
Yeah, I took 30,000 damage, so I don't think there's a way to survive that. I think we have to do something.
Cool.
Man, I don't know why this game was all, oh, with 2 Dragoons, you can totally kill him. It's really just 1 Dragoon and 1 guy just holding up a bowling ball. What the hell? Could have just brought Tartar for that.
How far away from that burst were you guys?
I was all the way on the opposite edge of him.
I have no idea where it spawned, so...
He's all the way on the far. It was sort of like the dragon that spawned behind me, kind of a thing. He's all on the way on the other end of the arena from where we come in, and I was like basically at that door, and it basically one-shot all of us. It did 40,000 damage to me, and I have 15,000 health. So I think
it might be that we just let Estinian die if we can get out of the way of that thing somehow, and then the rest of the fight is without his eyes' help. But I didn't see anything to sit behind.
What casted that attack?
It was the main dragon was sitting up on the rafters. Like we couldn't. I don't think we can get to him.
there was some text that popped up on the screen.
Do you think that maybe it's a deep stick? We just didn't kill those things fast enough?
Try to look around for people's buffs and stuff. Checked whenever you're ready. Can you cast Protect? Cool. Yeah, so he spawned, see behind him right now? He like went back there and was just casting this big attack.
Oh yeah, I was too busy trying to kill him with other things to notice.
Maybe try to pull him back toward it, see if this is something that's not climbable for sure, so I don't think he's accessible unless if there's like something we can interact with on that side. Try to watch for it again. Music's pretty cool here. The only like unique thing he has on him right now is the Eye of Nidhogg debuff. I really like this song. Nidhogg's model is really awesome looking.
He's targeting her buddy.
I think he just does that once, right? Looks like.
Well, once so far, but you never know if he'll do it again after.
Stinian's at 68% health. This is around when he flew away last time.
Okay, well, I'm gonna try to kill those things on him. You guys can see if you can look around any.
Yeah. I'll try to pull the ones that I can. Some of them have different aggro rules, I think. They just don't want to come off him. They start with a large amount of it. You must slay these minions. I'm trying to watch for see what Estinian says as well. You must slay these minions. Okay, nothing new.
Charging in.
Okay, he's back in the back of the room. Charging up his move. Ah, okay. Get in his bubble. Go, go, go.
What bubble?
There was
He's-
a bubble.
Yeah, he spawns a bubble. Estinian does
Who's
once
he?
all the ads die.
Estinian?
Okay. Yeah, Estinian, right when the ads die, he spawns a little bubble. So we got the solution now. We'll get it on the next run. So what he does is he's like,
Yeah,
you have to
next.
kill these things before I can protect you, and then he puts a little bubble around him for just right when he attacks you. I suspected it had something to do with him.
Okay, well, just for future reference, the he also could refer to Nidhogg, so
Yeah, I was confused.
Okay. We're probably gonna have to do some off-stream leveling. We've discussed that. This one was already 55, and I think we got to 55 right before the dungeon started. So we're gonna hit a brick wall for next time if we don't do like some hunts or something offline. Right. So this time, type it here. Oops.
well, make sure to bring that last thing, the Osk or whatever dragon, as close to this game as you can.
Yeah.
Otherwise, me and the monk can't punch it in its butt and get the bubble back probably.
Yeah, I was trying to keep it away from Estinian since it does a breath attack on him, but I can try to like get it near him but point it away from him.
I don't think that, I don't think any of these things can hit him fast enough that can out-heal it. They're not attacking us.
Right. Yeah, it's just from Beast Tribe quests. That'd be fun, Kami, if this gives good XP. I'd rather run this dungeon a billion times than do like fate grinding or hunts or anything like that. Cool. Got this. Cool fight. Cool atmosphere, music, I like the mechanic. Though it is kind of silly that he's just standing there with his bowling ball. Maybe we could have just gotten like a TV dinner tray and set it at the entrance and set the bowling ball there so he could come like fight too.
He needs to be a level 70 dragon to hold bowling balls properly.
I guess he uses it to make his little bubble shield there at the end. No, that's an IRC problem. If they showed joins and parts in Twitch, that's actually why they don't show it in Twitch, because it's completely unreliable. So I don't use that to say bye to people. I use it to say hi if I see a join. Joins are usually accurate. If it senses that your connection misses a few hops, it shows you as a part.
He's gonna put the thing on me.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Nidhogg's bowling ball.
No, we've been paying attention. It's just funny that he's just standing back there with his Market 8 Nidhogg. So these ones just have a shit ton of aggro on them. If I can provoke one of them, but just one, I already used it on the first one that spawned. So maybe if we have to try it again, I'll provoke a different one. That guy doesn't like to move much closer, even if you have him aggroed, because he uses like this distance fire attack. Yeah, that one. I'll try to get him as close as I can, though.
If it looks like we're not going to kill the next dragon fast enough, I'm just going to pop a break on it.
I think you should, absolutely. I even say just do limit break now. And get next to Estinian right now. Go, go, go. Oh, look at that. Very micro. Cool. I'll cool down if you need to heal Estinian up a bit.
Targeting me with this jail.
Okay. He's at 24% right now. I think he's probably okay, but...
I got an eye on him.
Okay. Whew.
Man, he really wanted to kill me. All those things converged where I was standing.
GG. Why do you think we would have wiped again? The fireballs converging?
Nah, my pro limit break saved the day. What are you talking about?
Hey, Mistletoe. That is another Norse mythology thing. It is the name of the dart that Loki gave to Balder when they were trying to kill Hod. Or, I'm sorry, Hod to kill Balder.
Man, what's it called? This guy got all the monk gear. It was just nothing but monk gear this dungeon.
That was a really cool dungeon. A lot of fun. Any missed mechanics, guys? Yeah, I figured if Estinian died at all, you would get an insta-wipe.
Yeah, I had his back.
We're good.
Yeah, when Pat got jailed, we got him out like ASAP, man.
Balder is the Norse god of beauty, and his mother, I want to say Frigga? It's either Frigga or Freya. I get them confused. Went around all creation and made every living and non-living being swear to never harm him. So he was invincible because of that, because like all the iron in the world and all the gold in the world, all like the badgers in the world swore not to hurt Balder. But she didn't get mistletoe to swear because it was too young or something. So Loki tricked this blind god into throwing a mistletoe dart at him, and it killed him instantly. And that's what the mistletoe is referencing. It shows up in Final Fantasy games as a staff or sometimes a sword or a dagger.
I mean, how's this Indian gonna do stuff? He's still using like high level 90 gear.
He's just glamoring.
I guess. I mean, I kind of miss it.
I'm watching.
Miss it. Kind of miss looking awesome.
I was talking my thing while I was waiting for the text.
They should be playing Marvel vs. Capcom's 2. I'm gonna take you for a ride music during this. I don't know what.
Gonna take you for a ride. Really like the soundtrack in this whole dungeon, this segment.
Where do you get all that red dye from?
Yay, everyone gets new costumes.
Well, during the level 50 Dragoon quest, Nistinian went a little cray-cray, so I wouldn't be surprised if he goes a little cray-cray again here. That's gonna be my guess.
Now I give to you an eternity in darkness.
Cool. Getting more crystals back? Jonathan McClare. Agree.
Ooh, which Zelda stage did we unlock this time?
It's the purple one, so Impa?
I guess so.
Shadow Temple?
Estinian, but
No hints. Let us know when we miss it later. Flashing back. Hey, D-Rock. You can pop on YouTube, you can rewind it maybe, I don't know, 10 minutes and watch a really, really awesome dragon boss fight.
just want to throw it out there that it's all these Elzen that are potentially evil and not Lalafell.
Yeah, it turned out the Lalafell were doing the right thing the whole time, huh?
The eyes of Nidhogg.
Don't see any Lalafell pissing off ancient dragons.
Aye. The worm lies broken and my father is avenged. With the wellspring of his vitality thus denied him, Nidhogg shall not linger long in this world. But behold the terrible price we have paid. My sire is dead. So many brother knights slain. We traded our honor for the strength which now courses in our veins. And still we are forced to make such sacrifice.
Yeah, no big deal. I mean, we subbed it out for sleeping potion, right?
Kreisvelga is the only great worm left.
She just
in
needed
Havana,
a nap, man.
and he dares
It's
not leave his
tiring
lair.
being Nanamo.
Yeah, Teleji Eteleji was just... Wait, was Teleji Eteleji the actual bad one, or was Lola Rito the actual bad one?
Ascend the
Teleji
throne,
Eleji
and
is
take
like
your
the
rightful
idiot
place as
bad
the
one, and
ruler
Lola
of our
Rito's like
people.
the, hey, I'm gonna still be evil, but like actually be smart about it.
Gotcha.
Nay, my friend. I must forsake the
That's pretty
Yeah,
cool,
I'll never,
Kami.
I'll never see that gear, Kami. It's always gonna be
As
healing
one who
gear.
partook
I don't know what
of
you're
my
talking about.
master's strength,
Or Monk,
it
apparently.
shall be my
Yeah.
penance to bear a knight's arms until death grants me leave to retire. When that day comes, no prince shall perish.
But Lord Haldreth, what then shall become of the royal line?
Think of your people, my lord. Without a king, who will the common man turn to in his hour of need?
I thank you, Sir Flavian and Sir Silvertrill, for dispelling my remaining doubts. With men of such wisdom and compassion in service to the realm.
You talking the armor that everyone's wearing other than Haldrith?
But if you must bow to the demands of tradition,
Gotcha.
fare thee well, my brother knights, my loyal friends. On these shoulders shall I bear the weight of my father's sins. With this lance, shall I repay the debt accrued through our...
I think he's got Gable, doesn't he? The relic lance.
What cruel jest has fate played upon us?
It was kind of cool looking. I like it.
Have we seized
fairly
this
minimal.
desperate victory
Got the
only
asymmetry
to
thing going
lose
on,
a
but
king?
we discussed that it makes sense.
Man,
We
I
cannot
want
act as
silver
our Lord has
Dragoon relic armor.
We few who remain must divide between us the rulership of Ishgard and her people.
Not I. My oath was to Lord Haldreth and he alone.
Will you abandon us too, sir?
I would wash my hands of blood and betrayal and take up an honest trade.
That's the one. Well, I think it evolves into Longinus at the end, right? That's the final form.
Heyo.
We four, then.
Forton, Hylanat, Dirander, and Zemail.
It's a mile. There you go.
But 4 houses to rule all of Ishgard.
And what of the throne?
We keep it empty until the day a king rises once more. We shall shape our nation anew.
Oh
with a
man, they're
history
like
of our
Denethor.
own making, and let the truth of this dark day die here.
I feel like this is appropriate though, because like almost none of the main story concerned Elizan at all. So like, glad to finally be hearing more about that.
What ails you, friend? Are you wounded?
$15 opals you put up for sale. I've sold.
To history. To the culmination of the first battle with Nidhogg.
The legend of Ishgard's founding tells that our ancestors were led to the land of Kurthus by the valiant King Thordan. In the midst of their journey, they came to a wide chasm, where they were set upon by a great worm. Though the brave king was slain defending his people, his son, Haldrath, the first Azure Dragoon, fought on undaunted.
Looking pretty far from Azure right now, man.
And with a mighty thrust of his lance, he gouged out Nidhogg's eye, forcing the wicked creature into retreat. Thus, did this eldritch orb become a sacred
Whoa,
treasure
one of his horns.
Ishgard.
Whoa.
A rousing tale, is it not?
I feel like if you're going to pick a noun that should be modified by the adjective eldritch, orb is a good one.
Nidhogg's eyes. Then
Maybe
how
like
came
tome.
this eye to be lodged in the worm's skull?
Ever had like an eldritch steak?
Eldritch steak. Eldritch cotton candy.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, you can make a Cthulhu-themed restaurant.
Yeah. You'd have to do
Beneath every answer,
alliteration though. You have to have something E.
another question lies buried.
Eldritch elephant ears.
Man, I don't want to hang on to this eye in my pocket.
Twas a fierce battle, but one I knew.
You're not gonna like
when
take a bath, dude?
your
It's cool.
fame is well deserved.
I just want to know how the paint, blood, whatever, got on all the right parts of his armor and not the other
I
parts.
would fain return with all swiftness to Ishgard to inform the Lord Commander of our triumph.
It's a cool way to give him new armor though.
But we must first have words with Hraesvelgr. There are parts of this tale that the worm has kept from us.
Pretty cool cutscene. Shit goes down in Heavensward. Whoa, you have a little boat. Shit is this?
Yeah, these are pretty huge for Lalafell.
Wondering if they're just the same regardless of your current model. Oh, I gotta use the key, sure. Yeah, I think they're just the same. Wow. So they had to make them big enough for a Rogadin. I can kind of see you in the pilot chair. Alright, so where are we going to now? We're going back to Zenith.
Yeah.
These are pretty cool.
I was going to turn into Monquest by accident. Oops, I'll do that later.
Our airship has been pretty productive. It's at rank 4 now. So basically what it does is it gets mats you can only get from airship voyages that lets you get schematics for new airship parts. So like now we can make the invincible parts, and you can slowly ship of Theseus your way into an invincible airship that in some way is still your first airship, and then reuse your old Bronco parts for your second airship later. So I'll be working with Flarewing on that. I gotta get him a shopping list.
Am I doing something wrong with my venture? It's like level 19, but it's still only going on level 5 missions.
That's weird.
Am I just not picking the right thing? I just keep getting reassigned.
Are you? If you're hitting reassign, that's the problem. You got to back out
Oh,
every
okay.
multiple of 5 levels. Yeah.
I was like, man, this is taking forever. And then I read,
No, every 5 levels or so, back out and then pick the field exploration for whatever their highest thing is. Because you have a certain component limit, Kami. Is that right? So we have time. We could either just do Heavensward story until we stop, or do a Realm Reborn dungeon. Do either of you guys have an opinion on that?
Let's see what ends up with this quest line real quick.
Okay. I'd say if we do a Realm Reborn dungeon, we got to bring a pug. I guess I prefer to do those with Flarewing if possible, so we just keep doing the quest line until we hit time. Easier to stop in the middle of a quest, too. I see, Kami. Cool. That's good. At least then there's like that incremental progress that I've been talking about that I feel has been missing in some of the areas of the game, like with gathering and crafting, where, oh, I can only equip one new piece of invincible gear. I don't need to equip all of them for the airship to be significantly better. Oh, thank you, Darkstar. I think we should just get through the story so we're close to the next event. That way, especially since it's crazy time for Matt, and will be for a little while. You know, if we need to start late, we can at least do a dungeon each time in the main story and make some progress.
Did Nidhogg have that other guy's eye? That's not cool. That's how you get, like, Dragon STD or something.
Can I just take it back? I did. I like their take on making good dragons like more feathery and bad dragons more lizardy, reptilian. Easier to tell than like Dungeons and Dragons where it's how shiny they are. Hmm. What's the lifetime of an Elysian? Is it any different from the rest of the races?
12 minutes.
Curious if Nidhogg calling them short-lived.
Hey bro, can I borrow a knife?
Hmm. He raises a good point. I really like the idea of dragons' power coming from their eyes. That's pretty neat from a... It's really hard to make dragons unique. You have to think about what makes my dragons different than everybody else's dragons. I feel like Harry Svelgar just made like the height face. The anime height. That I did.
It was yours. Your strength that sustained Nidhogg all these years.
Would that Haldreth had dealt the worm.
Oh, his helmet is broken, isn't it? I didn't notice that in the previous cutscenes. One of his.
I've said that before.
I missed it.
Well, people, it's time to grind.
Oh no!
And so
Oh
you
no! I can't
acquiesced.
accept the next quest.
You surrendered.
You're there already? It's cool, it'll give us something to do. We can run that dungeon again, or go Fate Grind or something.
It did spawn a bunch of 55 subquests around here, or side quests around here too.
Yeah, we could do the Moogle quest together.
I've already done some, because like I said, when I see gear, it's like gonna get.
What's your guys' percentage to 56?
I'm a little above half.
Yeah, same.
So with the quest you've done, Matt, that Pat hasn't done, is he's probably about the same spot as you because of the 2 days of hunts he did. It's about to be Moogle quest time. Those Moogle quests are why the Mog home got spoiled for me. I think it was originally in like a no spoilers post. I'm like, does anyone else hate Moogles now? I'm like, oh shit, okay. Then I messed up and spoiled it for Apex too.
To slay Nidhogg.
But you have rid the world of a hate-filled creature.
I lost my family to Nidhogg's flames, and 'twas with fury in my heart that I took up the lance.
I will not judge you for your deeds. I have not the right.
Oh, this is the next one you guys can't. Okay, I'm gonna finish the cutscene I'm watching right now. If you guys want to start on Moogle Quest, I'll join you in a sec. Be much easier to do now that we have flying.
We are short a great worm's eye. Of the pair which Haldreth took from Nidhogg, only one is known to us. Why did Nidhogg, who had taken such pains to prolong the Dragonsong War, suddenly decide to hurl his entire army against the walls of Ishgard? Lord Commander. Aye. The deed is done. What? In the city? At once, Lord Commander. Fighting has broken out in the city. Lord Emmerich was sparse with the particulars, but it seems some commoners threw open the gates to a force of heretics.
I gave no order to attack.
Are we to mark the end of the Dragonsong War by spilling the blood of our own? Let us away.
So when y'all were playing this on launch and you didn't have the benefit of like 2 levels of Realm Reborn buffer, did you have to do Moogle quests before you got flying in order to catch up to 55 to do that Aery dungeon?
There has been enough violence. I will appeal to my people in the city and make them see reason.
This map in particular is pretty nasty without flying. There's lots of little twists and turns. You can't just put yourself on autopilot like you can with like Kurthus Western Highlands and Dravania and Borderlands.
Let us write the final chapter in this damnable war.
Wow, so you had to do all of them without flying just to get up to 55. Right on. I feel like it won't be too bad with flying, but we'll see. That's like about just enough to get to level 60, Knight? You do every main story quest and every side quest, or do you still need to do some grinding along the way? We were lucky, we hit level 50 like the day before Heavensward launched, so we've been getting XP from everything from 50 onward.
But there is no cause for concern. A sizable contingent of our soldiers is already in place to repel the Dravanian assault.
Our plans proceed apace, then?
Yes, Your Eminence. This unrest shall serve to feed the people's fear of the heretics and the dragons both.
lend renewed fervor to their prayers for... Very good. Grant our guests what time they need to sow a measure of chaos, then order the Temple Knights to crush them. Your will be done.
I think I agree. I want their armor. Cool white and blue.
I looked over and I was like, what cutscene is he watching? I guess it's because you can accept that quest.
Yeah, I picked it up by accident. I didn't realize that was the one you guys got stuck on.
No, that's fine.
I'm just gonna watch it.
I
and
just
show
saw
you
the
guys.
Pope dude talking, and I was like, oh, I guess I'll not look over for a minute.
Oh, nice, Knight. We've been taking it real slow.
Is at hand.
At hand, the moment is.
Excellent. It is time for the bringer of light to die.
What do you main, Knight? What server do you play on? We're on Ultros. Big cutscene, Sweet D joins the party.
Fuck yeah. Gotta get that that challenge done every week.
Oh, cool, Knight. I'll shoot you a follow. Now, we're just doing this blind playthrough of all the main content, and then we're going to come back to it whenever they add new stuff with patches.
My lady.
She is come. Hear me, brothers and sisters. The war is ended.
It took people like a week to do Salvage Alex, right? Bleeding edge progression.
Aye, it is so. This adventurer and the Azure Dragoon laid the great worm low.
Yeah, I don't think we'll attempt Savage this group on stream.
The endless cycle of
I'm interested in doing hard content, but not like the bleeding
dragon
edge of
was born of our forefathers'
progression.
treachery.
Need one more of these sanction
You have
things.
followed
Is that what you're
me.
doing too, Pat?
Bled
Yeah.
with me to bring this truth to light.
How
that
many
we
do you
might
need? I
all
think I
know
killed
just
one before you
peace.
got here.
Yeah, I just need these two.
Okay.
But Nidhogg is dead. Nidhogg is dead, my friends. He who bore such hatred towards Ishgard is dead. Let his hatred die with him, I say. Let us
Hey, thanks for the
sheathe
follow,
our
Knight.
swords
Appreciate
and
it.
Go in peace.
Yeah, I'll throw you a host too. If I see you online, I'll add you to my list. Got a bot that does auto host checks to see people who are on.
At long last, the peace for which we have so desperately fought is within our grasp. And I, for one, would not forsake it. Peace?
I might wait to tune in until we actually do Alex normal so we know what the basic content looks like. Cool, cool. Sure.
Seize the witch. Let none escape.
I ain't even trying to hear that.
Providing aid and succor to the wounded should be our first concern.
I'm gonna go do the one, something in the water. Pat, do you have that one open?
Yeah, I'll go do it with you.
Okay.
Where'd you guys pick up the bulk of your quests? Did you go to start from Mogholm?
We started from Mogholm.
Gotcha.
The other thing about this map I didn't like is all the wind sprites look like Aether Currents, and so it's like, oh, there's one. Nope.
I want to have one in my quest log so I don't have to search for the NPC later, but I also am wary of starting a really long cutscene. There we go.
Yeah, just do it.
Cool, so when you unlock that level 56 quest, if you do sign in at all before the next time we progress the story, it's just a long cutscene. It doesn't actually have you do anything, but when it takes you to the end of the cutscene, you talk to somebody and it gives you an item. It's caster gear, DPS gear. It's a cool cutscene though. Cool stuff happens.
I can also do a dream balloons before we head back to the thing if you want.
Yeah.
I have that one. Oh, there's still more Secret from Everyone stuff, I guess.
Oh yeah, I can do that one too.
Did you get any of the sparkly? Oh no, that's something different. Okay, sorry.
No, I haven't done that either though.
A good chance we'll just do all that on stream, Darkstar, like we had to a little bit in Realm Reborn. And if y'all happen to be inspired enough to log on off stream hours, I know it's busy time for both of you, so if we have to do it on stream, that is no problem. Also, we should have plenty of quests that we should just be able to do all the quests in Churning Mists, Dravanian Forelands, and Kurthus Western Highlands, I would think. Probably something out back here.
Third one's in this building.
Yeah, I already got that one. Yeah. Thank you, Doug.
I picked up some of the quests. I'll come catch up to you guys and just like tell me which quests you're on, and I'll run those with you at the same time. Did you pick anything up from outside Mogholm, or is it just the Mogholm quest right now?
Just the Mogholm. I'm gonna grab the one that's right over here once we're done with this one.
Okay.
Right here. But...
Cool. You're right there. Google quests. Google quests.
Why are the mod quests not appreciated?
Just because there's tons of them?
They seem fine so far.
I don't know, maybe people don't like playing hide and seek.
I mean, if you didn't have flying, they'd be a huge pain in the ass. Maybe that's good.
Sounds like people needed to do them just to get to 55 and they didn't have flying. Yes, like the area you guys are in right now is inaccessible without flying, I believe. Maybe like it's something you can't even pick up until you get flying.
Oh, you should go ahead and grab this quest here, Matt. He wants us to kill these things.
Okay, I'll come grab it in a second. There's one of these sparkly things right at the top of this tower.
Cool.
You guys doing the sparkly spilikin?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Probably another part of the problem is that people were rushing at the time. For whatever reason. Like, hey, there's like, you know, a good 2 or 3 months of content if we stretch it out. Let's do it in 2 days.
I got 2 of those things aggroed on me, so if you want to come tag them before Kurt.
Oh yeah. Oh, I need those for my Ishgard hunt as well. I wasn't able to finish it because it was in here.
No, I guess how smart I would have grabbed my hunts before it started, but whatever.
I don't think you'll get any in this area. You get the ones I have are for 56.
Are you gonna level another guy up to the high 50s so you're not wasting your time once you hit 60 before us?
I mean, I'm not going to do any missions or anything, so it doesn't make any difference to me. I've had a 60 Fisher for a while.
Yeah, I just mean, at this rate, you know, we'll be 58 or something once you're 60 on this guy, so you might...
Oh, you're saying that if I'm doing quests with you to keep you caught up, that the XP is just going to get sunk?
Yeah, we'll try to
sure.
stay in the story.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's a good idea. Maybe I'll take Astrologian up.
Yeah, when I have been logging in, if I have spare time and I feel like playing this, I've just been playing my Dark Knight, but I guess I'll have to Dragoon it up some.
Well, don't worry about it. Like I said, if you don't touch it at all between now and the next time we play, we'll just do the quests on stream until you're leveled up high enough. But no, that's a good idea. I guess if I start with Astrologian, I get to skip the first 30 levels of being a healer. But I'm also starting with a harder healer to learn. I've ran it in Hawk Manor and done a couple other things with it. Not enough to get to 31 yet, though.
I found 2 of those sparkly things. I don't know about you.
I got the last one. There's one over here if you haven't gotten it yet. In the far northwest.
I haven't gotten 3 of them, that's what I'm saying.
One far north, you said?
Far northwest. In a building.
Cool, cool. Thank you. Good looking out. Now, one of the other benefits of flying is you get to avoid all the mobs that are hanging out. It's kind of automatically.
Oh, yeah.
I'm still missing one after this one, so I'm going to be a minute.
I think there was some, like, in the southeast, too, if you didn't grab that one.
There's that one, there's the one that's right next to this tower, there's the one at the top of the tower, and then there's one that's, like, over here in this building where Apex is right now. I don't know if you already got the one that was down here.
Maybe, I don't know.
Chocobo's so tiny.
Yeah. And bland colored. Ugh.
Yeah, I got this one.
Ah, it's a golden chocobo. I'm not going to put any pressure for that, though. Darkstar, we'll do it on stream if we need to. It's not a big deal.
Oh god, my least favorite thing in the entire world.
I aggroed the thing when I found the last one.
If I was president, I would remove... First I'd give everyone a smartphone. Then, because the internet at your fingertips is amazing. And then I would remove dailies. I would ban them.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna do the leveling roulette on a Dragoon right now. I'm gonna sit here waiting 40 minutes to get in queue. That's gonna happen.
I saw somebody in the thread today on Reddit that was saying that WoW dropped the 5.5 million subscriptions. They were saying one of the problems is they got rid of dailies, and what was wrong with them? Why would they get rid of dailies? Everybody loves dailies.
Oh my god, are you kidding me? They got rid of dailies? That's amazing. Do you guys have a pebble for your thoughts?
I might have done that one already.
I do have that one. I haven't done it yet.
I'm gonna do it. It's on the way back, so I'm just gonna take a pit stop here.
Sure.
Yeah, I might have done it already, so just do it.
Oh, you can queue up as a group for the high level and expert roulettes? That's good to know.
Ooh. For duty roulette or for just queuing as a group? So can't you queue in a group in general? Well, you can queue for a dungeon, right?
We were disappointed to find that, because they said in the patch notes that something about how they were planning on letting you queue for the duty roulette, like the daily bonus. But then we found out that you couldn't, but I think it's because the only dungeons we have unlocked are from the low-level roulette. Leveling roulette. What do we need to unlock high level roulette and expert? Do we already have that?
Well, we need to do all the dungeons.
Oh, I see. I guess we have high level. Oh wait, following
No,
requirements
you
not
gotta
met.
do all the dungeons.
Shit.
Eh.
Maybe we need to do
That's
another
why
dungeon day.
That's what I was saying. I missed the 2 you did the other day, but fine. But
Well, like, how many are there? Because that sounds like a cool thing to work towards.
To unlock, yeah, to be able to do that daily. And then we can do that at the start of every stream, since we can just queue for it.
well,
Don't have to worry about
by
pugs.
the time we unlock it, I'm gonna guess we're gonna be 60.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them, huh?
There, it looks like if this count is correct, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 remaining.
That's not, well, I don't know. That's not so bad, like, especially if we took, I know I'm gonna be out of town for a bunch, but like, if we took a day just to run dungeons, we could probably get through 4 or 5 or more.
Yeah.
I mean, these are the ones that we just plowed through, right?
Right, we do like 30 minutes each.
Right, but we don't get. My point is, we don't get any experience from those dungeons while we're doing them, right? So if we're just trying to hit, so we can keep with Heavensward, it's not going to be any faster. I want to do them. I want to unlock that queue, but.
Oh, I thought you did get experience.
You get experience at the end, but he's talking about the mobs don't give XP.
Oh.
I think it would be worth, it might be cool to do, just so that there's something we can always either begin or end the stream with. Okay, let's do the group duty roulette since we can queue into it together, get a whole bunch of XP for free.
So I was looking forward to getting my Dark to 50, because then I can queue in on those dungeons that I hadn't done on something new as well. So I mean, if you got Extra Illusion to 50...
Yeah, we could do it that way too.
I'd be down with the next stream being, you know, run all the ARR dungeons, do as many as we can, try to finish them out. Seeing how close we are. How close are we to unlocking the next zone in the main story? 'Cause I'd almost like to be able to at least get into the next main zone. That's for selfish reasons. That's because there's fish and botany and mining nodes that I can get there. But if we're talking like, you know, 7 quests in a dungeon, or like, oh, just progress the main story for 4 or 5 more quests, then I might just do that. Long way off? Okay. Well, show you what we have. I don't think we have any, I don't have anything unlocked that we haven't done. There you go. Wanderer's Palace, Castrum, Praetorium, Andapur Keep. Take a screenshot. Pharos, Lost City of Amdapur, Brayflox Hard, Hullbreaker, Tamtara Deepcraft Hard, Snowcloak, and Keeper of the Lake. And of those, Matt has to do 2 of them.
There's just a million quests here. I'm just accepting them all. Some of them I've already done, because, like I said, year, but...
There you go. Same list. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 that we have to do. We could probably get between 5 and 6 of them if we devote a full 4-hour session to it, at about 30 minutes or so per dungeon, with time to spare in between. Okay, sure.
Some of these quest markers are on the top of this way up tower, if you're looking for...
Oh, cool, thank you.
I can probably also look this up and discuss it in our Google group for it offline, but I'll go ahead and throw it on there.
Jeez, there's a big tower.
Yeah, and just... I'll wait for you, but the one I figured I'd start first, just because it's at the top of my list, is Wyvern Let Die, Maul. So, if you have that one, I assume you will. Then you go kill some dragons.
Yeah, I got it. Let me grab one more.
There you go. Thanks for your help, Darkstar.
Alright. Whipping wet die.
Ugh. I hate Guns N' Roses. I hate Axl Rose. I don't hate Guns N' Roses. I'm gonna catch up to you guys in a second. Got this polished rod that I need to deliver to a fisherman. There's kind of sort of... Okay, so warning, one of the zones that we go to, for no reason should you look at the map for it. And Hapax, if you're doing fishing, for whatever reason, if you find yourself AFK and doing that and getting to like the high 60s or something, don't do like the level 50 plus fishing quests yet. Because one of the fishing abilities you get is a huge spoiler for the nature of the last zone.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I see. That sucks. So you already done it?
Yeah, it's cool, but it's one of those things where like I don't think they would have ever expected that you would have fishing to 60 before you'd have your main job to 60 and done the main story. So.
Yeah.
Are we
Only
gonna
fair.
fish for Bismarck? Is that what you're saying?
It's. Yeah.
And that's not even it's like I don't think there's any way you could possibly guess what it is.
Cotton candy fishing.
Yeah, exactly.
We're going to the secret level in Diablo 3.
Right. Whimsy Shire.
Yeah.
Because it was cool for me to find it out that was like, oh, I guess that's going to be a thing later. I wonder how that's going to manifest itself. But
Yeah,
still.
it's like seeing a trailer or something.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool. Do you need another Elder Wyvern?
I need 2.
No, I just got. Or your time done.
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Now I just need 1.
Okay.
The one Matt killed counted.
There's also a fate right here. I might just go do.
Sure. Did you already do your Skylords and Moss Dragons?
No, not yet.
Yeah, it's right by that fate, which is why I was like, well, I'll come kill some Skylords and do the fate at the same time.
Sweet. Hop over to the Fate then as well. I don't know, man. I really like the funky B3 organ song. Ah, get it? Get the name of the Fate. Ha ha ha. Just imagine, like, if what you want in life is to have a job where all you do is make puns, you need to be a, writer for an MMO. Or there's a lot of games. I guess, maybe they hire somebody to do their achievement names and shit for them. Like, I feel like that job didn't exist before video games. I don't know which direction, like, what's the chicken, what's the egg? Is it just that, like, a lot of video game writers are nerds who like puns, and so puns have become expected?
You're rezzing the lower Skylord? I don't think
I
that's
like
how you fight them.
I like dragons a lot.
I guess you could also, like, come up with headlines for 24-hour news networks. Hard to Miss, still my favorite song in the game. I'm gonna get to hear it a whole shitload.
Yeah, I'm a fan.
Cool, thank you, Dark Sarah. Yeah, sure, thank you. I'll post it in our Google group. That's perfect. The dungeon names aren't... None of them are spoilery. They did a pretty good job of obscuring the name of the dungeon. Or obfuscating the content of the dungeon. Oh, there's a Wanderer's Palace hard mode? That's cool. That's a really cool dungeon.
There's a little purple circle here, I'm assuming, for the bug quest.
Oh, yeah. Gross.
Maybe we could also do that Google quest there, Fate,
Yeah.
if we wanted.
Sure. Fates are good XP here now. Oh man, those damselflies. There was this level... So Final Fantasy 11 went up to like level 50 originally. No, 75. There was this...
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Just saying there's a purple thing by me. Oh, you
I
guys
went to
Fate.
grab the Fate since it's one of those movie ones.
Cool.
And
Okay.
there's people doing it, so why not just
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Marstead.
Oh, it's nothing important. In Final Fantasy 11, the level cap was level 75, but the best in slot headgear for just about every class in the game was this hairpin that dropped from one of those damselfly looking things in the desert. So because it was like best in slot, but still only level 20, everybody needed one. It wasn't just like this market for the end game. And it was one of those bosses where you just had to sit there and wait for 8 hours in its window to see if it would spawn and see if you were lucky enough to claim it. I am so glad that that shit is dead in Final Fantasy XIV. That was the worst. Like, we can complain about fetch questing all we like, but if, like, in order to progress in a dungeon, you had to go sit in the desert for weeks, hoping that you beat the bots to this pole, or you save up the millions of gil to buy it.
Yeah.
Those were dark times. I don't know what causes game design like that. All I can think is that they design it in a vacuum. They don't yet know that players, on average, will be toxic if you put them in an environment that makes them toxic. So like, oh yeah, we'll just have this cool boss, and like, you know, maybe like one guy will go over and kill it, and maybe he'll get this cool drop. They don't look ahead to the future of hundreds of players just sitting there waiting for it to spawn, and only one gets it, the other 99 wasted their time, kind of a thing.
There's this pretty cool endgame boss in Dragon's Dogma. I never got that far. It's one of those things I might revisit. So I might not have the mechanics down exactly. If anyone in chat has played it and can correct me, but it was like this dragon that, you know, you can only fight it a couple people at a time. But like your group would only do a couple % damage to it, and then like the next group would go fight it, kind of thing. And when everyone, like after it was all dead, like then people would like it. And I think if you were the group that happened to kill it, you got something special. But like, you know, everyone got something out of it.
Everyone got
It's
something.
Kind of a cool idea for a game that wasn't really an MMO, but like have this kind of. I'll look it up. I'll know next.
What game was it again?
It's called Dragon's Dogma. It's on Xbox 360 and stuff.
Huh.
It's really cool. It's kind of like a mix between. I kind of want to revisit it. It's like a mix between Dark Souls and Skyrim, where like the combat is more Dark Soulsy, but it's not nearly as punishing, and it's more RPG-like. So like there's, you know, quests and level up and companions and stuff, and it's pretty cool. It's like a sleeper kind of thing, but most of the people that played it liked it. Yeah, it's one of I played it a bunch a couple of summers ago, and then I just need to pick it up again at some point.
Cool.
But like, it's really cool. Like the combat's kind of cool. Like if you fight a giant griffin, you don't just stand there shooting at it with a bow and arrow or slapping it with your sword or whatever. Like you can jump onto the thing and like climb and hack and slash it, kind of like.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
That sounds kind of awesome. Add it to the list.
That's one of the complaints that people have about Skyrim is like, oh, you have level 100, you know, and two-handed weapons, but you're still slapping things the same as your level 1. Like nothing, the combat never really changes.
It's just numbers behind the scenes. Yeah.
There's not a lot of depth to it.
Yeah, no, I really like this idea of let's finish out the hard mode dungeons to unlock the roulette, and then have that be a hallmark of whenever we play, as we open with or end with the roulette. Darkstar makes the point that even if we get to 60, like that's one of the best ways to get the law tomes, which is the new way to get gear at endgame, which we'll want for Alex and some of the other stuff.
heading to that purple ring.
All right, I'm gonna hop out and TeamSpeak into the other channel and do a sign off real quick. I'll be back in with you guys here shortly.
Okay.
Channel
Hey,
switch.
thanks guys for watching. Good to have you as always. Give you an update for the schedule for the rest of the week. Tomorrow, Thursday, is going to be Mass Effect 2, Final Fantasy 9, and Terra Battle. That's the new Hironobu Sakaguchi game for mobile. I'll be walking through how it works, why I think some of its mechanics are really cool, and you should tune in if you like Nobuo Uematsu's music, because he is the main composer for most of the game, and it's quite rad. Friday is going to be Final Fantasy 9, Mass Effect 2, and Secret of Monkey Island, continuing our blind playthrough. With some more Final Fantasy 14 this weekend, although it's going to be Saturday morning. Hapax is going to be busy, so Saturday morning I'm going to do the Hildebrand questline. If we hit time on Hildebrand and we've got nothing else to do, maybe we'll find something else that makes sense solo, like the Moogle Courier quests from Realm Reborn or something like that. Next week is going to be Final Fantasy V. It's going to be Xenoblade Chronicles 3D. More Final Fantasy 14 on next Wednesday, although again Hapax is still out of town, so I will either suspend it and just extend free play on Wednesday of next week to do the full 6 hours of, we could do like free play for the PC, we could add in some more Smash. We'll find something to do with next week Wednesday, and then actual Heavensward story progression / hard mode dungeon completion in Realm Reborn will begin the following Saturday. Thanks everybody for watching, have a good rest of your night, hope to see you next time.